Professor middag. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1.
to come and join the panel, the table in front. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Firstly, about 180 people are RSVP'd. So as you can see, the chairs are still empty-ish. People are obviously struggling to get to campus in the rain, as well as traveling just to Stellenbosch is sometimes a challenge. So people are going to be coming in. But we have to start because we have constraints of time. So let's go for it. The first point that I'd like to make as the moderator of the first session is that we are here in response to an article titled Age and Education-Related Effects on Cognitive Functioning of Colored South African Women, which was published in the journal Age, Neuropsychology and Cognition in March 2019. That's 2 months ago. A campaign was launched by Professor Barbara Boswell from the English department at UCT via a letter to the journal's editorial board, which this morning I checked had garnered 10,200 signatories. We are in Barbara's debt, and she's joining us on the first panel today. In this particular petition or letter, she raises the questions of racial stereotypes, the flawed methodology and ethics of the article, and the reproduction of harmful stereotypes of so-called colored women, which she develops extensively in the letter, explaining why this kind of analysis is objectionable. And then she called for a retraction of the article. So on that basis, this particular seminar and this particular issue has elicited enormous interest from all round, especially at the various universities in the provinces and so on, but also much wider. It's also elicited much anger and debate. Lots of circulation on social media, in newspapers, and so on and so forth, and across Stellenbosch University. We had a venue problem. We are writing examinations today, so all our big venues have been taken. We've tried to shift and change and so on, and we've ended up in being hosted by the very hospitable library people in this particular venue. So thank you very much. However, this venue becomes full, as I'm hoping it would. There is also an overflow venue on the second floor, on the upper floor, in the electronic classroom with a video link there as well. Tea will also be served in that vicinity at about 11 o'clock. The organizing of the venue was done by a flurry of collaboration to organize the symposium, the Rector's Office, Senior University Management, Stellenbosch University Support Services, who worked with us as the organizers, as academics, over the last 2-3 days. Money was made available by the university's senior management and Rector's Office, and we are here today to deliberate very intensively about this particular matter. From myself and Professor Usuf Chikte, as well as Professor Amanda Gouws, we are on the council, and we have active support by a number of senior senators of the university as well. We are the hosts of this particular event. I'm going to read an opening statement on behalf of myself, Usuf, and Amanda, as a way of framing the event. So please bear with me. I'm going to read for about 5 or so minutes. As Senate members of Stellenbosch University Council and a group of concerned Senate members, we released a statement on the 24th of April in which we strongly objected to the use of stigmatizing race-based categories in science and research as evidenced in said article. In particular, we decried the continuation of colonial and apartheid research thinking that makes essentialist connections between race/ethnicity and particular attributes or aptitudes of a group of people. Such use, we believe, goes against the grain of the stated institutional culture, policies, and strategies of Stellenbosch University. We pointed out that the racial essentialism expounded in the article is not only an assault on the dignity of the research subjects, which it is, it also insults black people and communities classified as colored generally, and women in particular. Furthermore, it sets back the transformation agenda of Stellenbosch University at a very turbulent time in the history of our country. We acknowledge that the university has strongly supported the retraction of the article by the journal and has launched a comprehensive investigation into all facets of the study. We feel that as a group of concerned academics, we should aim to develop a focused and concerted long-term institutional response. And in this light, we acknowledge the responsive manner in which the university senior management has interacted with us over the last few weeks and the assistance that it provided with organizing the symposium. It is important that we cultivate and protect a fully inclusive, mutually engaging, intersubjective institutional approach to dealing with this matter. For that sentence, every single word there matters to us. Mutually engaging, inclusive, intersubjective, institutional response. Much transformation is already underway in various processes and committees across this university. An article such as this has the potential of working against the advances that the university is making. We therefore must avoid situations that would tie us to a past that we have explicitly disavowed during our centenary celebrations in 2019. The current debate also shows how far we have to travel in addressing these imprints of our institutional past. It points the way to how we have to deepen our transformation efforts. We offer this symposium from our perspective as engaged academics of Stellenbosch University and members of Senate and Council. Our intention is to offer a space for in-depth and critical deliberation about the core dimensions that the so-called race and cognition article elicited. We are hoping to generate suggestions from the audience that would inform the positions we want to develop at Stellenbosch University in response to the matter. Our struggle with the term restructuring science and research at Stellenbosch University is meant to both indicate the depth and urgency with which we ought to approach our work. We are approaching this issue from the perspective of interrogating the structuring role of the Enlightenment, colonialism, and apartheid in positioning science and research in the academy generally, and how these were given acute expression at Stellenbosch University during its history, especially during the pre- and apartheid years, with ongoing impact in the current period. The concept of race and racism is, of course, the central focus of the symposium. We are interested in developing alternative approaches to the gratuitous use and misuse of race in science and research, and we specifically wish to debunk race, as an instrument used to discriminate against and undermine the dignity of people. This is where we believe the heart of the debate in the first session will reside. The second session is aimed at illuminating various aspects related to research, science, and ethics at Stellenbosch University, from which we can begin to reimagine how we proceed to reorientate and restructure our work at the university. We note that some faculties, departments, as well as various other university structures have already begun to consider how to adapt their research practices in the light of the type of challenges that this article has highlighted. Discussion has already occurred in seminar and symposium spaces, and further academic discussions are being planned. As Stellenbosch University academics, we believe that these type of activities has to be extended across the university, involving the research, teaching and learning, and social engagement sectors of the institution, as well as the various related support service departments. Consideration should be given to instituting a campus-wide mechanism dedicated to transforming research and science, which would develop the scholarship and scholarly infrastructure to promote, coordinate, and deepen processes related to a transformed understanding of science and research. We believe the university should become a key site for developing a critique of race in science and research, and establish related institutional processes and practices. Debate in the symposium is meant to help frame the terms of ongoing engagement with our prevailing science and research orientations, platforms, and practices, And the key objective of this symposium is the practice or the doing of restructuring research and science at Stellenbosch. We will consider how the university's policies, regulations, and practices can be more adequately adjusted in pursuit of justice, inclusion, and ethical integrity. So we'll provide an opportunity at the end for discussion about these practical matters, and we will be soliciting your ideas about these at the end, which we as a committee will then take forward in some productive way that we will pursue after the symposium. Thank you very much for that. I would like to at this point ask whether there's anyone here who wants to ask a question about this statement or raise a critical matter in respect of it. We've tried to frame the conversation in a particular context. We've tried to outline the issues at stake. We've tried to outline what we want to achieve here, and we've tried to say that we also want to get practical. So those 4 elements is what we want to achieve over the next 4 hours. Is there anyone who wants to make a point at this point? Then we will take that. So I see one hand. Can I have another hand? Just directly respond to what I've been saying. I see another hand. I see 3 hands. So 3 quick responses. We will absorb those responses productively, hopefully, and then we will move into the first session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one point. The key of the use of this false race theory as a means of entrenching privilege, power relations at universities, including Stellenbosch University. I think that point should be included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have 2 interpretive recording secretaries, so it will be taken up. That particular point is sitting over there. Thank you very much. Second point? Yes, sir?
Mine's not so much a question, a point, just a question. I'm from the Cape Argus, so I'm here reporting on this. I was wondering if I could have a copy of that statement later on.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You can. Right. And I'll give it to you in a minute. The Cape Argus is here, colleagues. They in fact have an article written by the 3 of us in this morning's newspaper. I'm correct, right? You should have brought a couple of copies along. All right. Okay. Okay, great. Any other media people? No, you don't have to identify yourself. Leslie? Did you? Oh, okay, so there you are. All right, thank you very much. I will now move on to the second session, which hopefully is being illustrated on the board. Let me just go a little bit further down, Hakim. To say that I'm just going to introduce everyone very, very quickly, and I see that not everyone's here. Oh, a professor, please join us. Right, so I'm going to introduce them very, with some very short, sharp remarks. Not going to spend too much time because you probably know most of them. We will have a voice note from Professor Wim de Villiers. Professor de Villiers is out of the country at the moment, but he sends his apologies for not being here in person. He has insisted that he makes some contribution to the session in the form of a voice note, as well as the actual text of his statement. So this written version will also be on the website, but we are very glad about that. So he will go first. Secondly, we're going to have Professor Jonathan Jansen, who is from a former rector of Free State University, now with the Education Studies Department at Stellenbosch University. Thirdly, we'll have Professor Amanda Gouws, who is a Stellenbosch University Council member and co-organizer of this conference. Fourthly, we have Dr. Andre Walters, who is from the Social Anthropology Department at this university, who just completed a PhD directly related to this topic. And then fourthly, we are honored to host Professor Barbara Boswell, the initiator of the letter to the journal requesting retraction, of which the journal did over the last week. She is from the Department of English at Stellenbosch University. We will now go on. The Universities of Cape Town, which is UCT. Thank you very much. My mind is skipping backwards and forwards at the moment, so please excuse me. Thank you very much. We will now go over to listening to ask Hakim to play the video, the voice clip. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I welcome the opportunity to make my voice heard at this very important symposium. I want to thank Professors Fattar, Gouws and Chikte for taking the initiative to organize this event, and Senate members who serve on Council. This is an opportunity to reflect once again on who we are at this institution and who we want to be. Now, this symposium was precipitated by the publication of what has become known in my household simply as the article. I initially learnt about it and its claims with a sense of disbelief. And then reading it in detail, I was appalled and saddened. How could this work, given its insensitivity and the unnecessary pain it caused to so many people, possibly have emanated from our university? As a clinical researcher, I know fully well our research subjects are our most valuable and vulnerable resource, and we have to protect their interests fiercely and adhere rigidly to the primary principle of do no harm. The wonderful privilege of doing human research carries with it a tremendous responsibility. And I had to reflect long and hard about what it is that our university is doing when it comes to research practices. We need to use this opportunity to think anew about how we approach these issues. Now let me say this frankly. What happened here was wrong, and I will not defend the indefensible. This single piece of research in no way reflects the ethics, quality, and values of Stellenbosch University's stellar research program. But it does serve as a reality check for our institution. We have come a long way in our transformation journey, but we are still not where we want to be. We continue to be haunted by the ghosts of our past, and we have to exorcise these once and for all. So what is to be done? Firstly, the unconditional apology issued by the university on the 30th of April was a good starting point. And let me use this opportunity to once again repeat that apology to the 60 women who were interviewed in the study, to so-called colored women in general, and to the public at large. I deeply regret the hurt this article has caused fellow South Africans. Secondly, we will need to work very hard at rebuilding trust and collegiality with our different partners and stakeholders, internally and externally. And this will have to be a long-term project. And thirdly, we must make sure this never happens again at our university. Our investigations will reveal possible shortcomings in our processes. I would ideally want an eventual outcome to be a protocol detailing how we should deal with the issue of race in research in an ethically sound way. This would be an important contribution that Stellenbosch University can make to the South African higher education sector. In a recent article in the Mail and Guardian, Krista Kuljian argues that the problem goes beyond a single study. It is a deeper problem, the systemic perpetuation of racist stereotypes in academia based on an outdated paradigm of the so-called scientific classification of human beings into different racial categories. And she quotes a statement earlier this year by the American Association of Physical Anthropologists. They said, quote, "Racial categories do not provide an accurate picture of human biological variation," close quote. And they added that the Western concept of race must be understood as a classification system that emerged from and in support of European colonialism, oppression, and discrimination, and that no group of people is or ever has been biologically homogeneous. And then Kuljian makes the point that precisely because there is this underlying problem, the lesson is not only for Stellenbosch, but for every academic and research institution in South Africa and around the world to promote sound science. Each university and journal must reflect on its assumptions in biology, medicine, natural sciences, anthropology, and the social sciences. Colleagues, Let us not despair in the face of adversity, but rather let's use this opportunity to reinvent Stellenbosch University and contribute to the national discourse. And for doing so, let us use the 5 institutional values that we have agreed upon: excellence, compassion, accountability, respect, and equity. Let us make these our action guides. I conclude with the words of the president of Purdue University, Mitch Daniels, when he addressed the issue of academic freedom on campuses. And he said, "The advance of knowledge requires the collision of ideas. Where you get complete homogeneity, it just leads to dreary conformity." Colleagues, my wish is that you will have good, robust, and illuminating deliberations at this symposium, and I look forward to engaging further with you upon my return to South Africa next week.
Thank you very much, Professor Wim de Villiers, in your absence. And I also want to welcome all the vice-rectors of the university, Professor Kluti, Koopman, Kloppers. Stan du Plessis will join us. There's a very important executive committee happening from 11 o'clock, so they will excuse us at 11 o'clock. They, in fact, cancelled a very important meeting this morning to be here for the entire session, so thank you very much for that. We are going to start with Professor Jonathan Jansen, and I call on Jonathan Jansen to address us. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to congratulate members of the Senate for taking up this issue. Some of you might have been present last week when, was it last week or the week before, when the Dean of Medicine and Health Sciences at Tygerberg campus had a similar symposium in which several hundred people were present as well. So I was up at 3 o'clock this morning, as I normally do, and going through several of the hundreds of dissertations, theses, independent publications that have been produced at the University of Stellenbosch since 1919. And the more I read it, the more unsurprised I am by what happened in the article by Professor de Blanche and students. And so the first point I wish to make is that I'm surprised that you are surprised by the article. I really am. About 2 years ago, the Dean, my colleague Van Zyl, Professor Van Zyl, the medical school at Free State University, said, "Why don't you give a lecture on the in honor of a former dean of the medical school?" So I went, and the title of my talk was "The Politics and Epistemology of the Medical Sciences." You know, I spoke about South Africa's intrigue, particularly in the historically Afrikaans universities, but not only, with the connection between race and certain kinds of social, behavioral, and health outcomes. I was always fascinated by that people still think that there is a connection, for example, and this is research you would find in journals like Lancet, it's a medical journal, the Social Science and Medicine even, which should know better, the New England Journal of Medicine, and so on, that make these connections between race and certain health outcomes. For example, that you can trace a connection between stomach ulcers in Indians from Chatsworth, which of course has got nothing to do with being Indian and everything to do with what you eat. There is still a persistent line of research on the connection between being colored and having tuberculosis or TB, okay, which of course is nonsense. It's got nothing to do with coloredness. It has everything to do with where you live and the conditions of social housing in parts of the country. There are still people who do research, I lie you not, as late as this year, looking at the connection between being a male Afrikaner and the levels of cholesterol in your blood. Now, I'm not a physician, but I know that's nonsense, okay, to draw connections between a racial and ethnic identity, however defined, and, of course, certain kinds of outcomes associated with the group. And South Africans are all caught up in that trap. That's why I'm still surprised that you are surprised that we do that research, because if you talk to students, they would say that Zulus are aggressive. I just heard that last week. That Xhosas are cheats, that coloureds are lazy, and all this kind of nonsense, okay, because we make a connection in the volksmond, as they say, between a particular race, ethnicity, and certain kinds of behaviors. So I'm not so sure that I am so critical of Professor de Blanche and her students, because I think they're behaving well within a tradition that is very deeply entrenched at the University of Stellenbosch, as it is at the University of the Free State, as it is at the University of Pretoria, as it is, as we discovered last week, in the Business School of the University of Cape Town. So this pretense, okay, that this is a surprise is what surprises me. And so those of you, and so in a way, despite the pain this has so obviously caused, especially to black women in our country, despite that pain, I really am glad in a way that this came out, because how do you make the argument otherwise that the real challenge at the University of Stellenbosch is not demographic? Whether you like it or not, given where we are on this continent, this will be an emphatically black campus in the next 10, 15, 20 years. There's nothing you can do about it, okay? The Taal Debat, I always knew, was an attempt to keep out black Africans. There's no way you're going to convince me otherwise. And I can prove it to you from Stellenbosch research by people like Erika Tron, who was a protege of H.F. Verwoerd, whose student was Tini Foster, who happened to be the wife of B.J. Foster. There was a whole, and who wrote very openly about the need to keep the naturelle, the language of those times, out of the Cape through a planmatige aksie. Those are her words, because of the sexual relationships with colored people. So the constancy in this line of research is what fascinates me, rather than this pretense that what you saw with Professor de Blanche and the students was an aberration. So I have no doubt that when these colleagues were confronted by the obvious outrage around the article, that two responses were almost inevitable. I could have told you this was going to happen, because it's happened to me so often when I confronted this research at Tikkies and other places. The first response is, wat het ons verkeerd gedoen? What did we do wrong? What's so wrong with this? But of course, the second response is, but we were just trying to help the colored women, okay? That is not a surprise, because running through a century of research is this combination of what I call a scholarship of contempt. On the one hand, you are contemptuous of these colored people, and on the other hand, a scholarship of pity. Now, I have to check with Nico Koopman, but I'm almost convinced that the reason white Afrikaans people, in their madness created these 4 churches, each with a specific color code. There was a reason I think they called the colored church the mission church, die Sendingkerk. It was imbued with this notion of civilizing these colored people, of taking them out of their drunkenness. So if you look at the 3 or 4 categories of research over 100 years on colored people at my university, at my new university, it falls into 3 or 4 themes. One is the drinking habits of colored farm laborers, a huge amount of research on that. The cranium and the measurements, the craniometry, so there was huge numbers of instruments just to measure the physical characteristics of colored people, et cetera, et cetera. So they're implicating departments like physical anthropology at the time. A huge number of articles, theses produced on the sexual lasciviousness of colored women, and so on. And then, of course, in the economics department, a huge amount of research on the lack of geestdrift, the lack of entrepreneurship within the colored community. Now, what is interesting about this is that several shifts are made, which you also see in the sports science article, and that's why I'm talking about this enduring connection between of knowledge over a century. The one is to make the part the whole. So even though you might be talking about a group of women in Clutisville or Paternoster, that group of colored women become all colored women. The second shift that you make is to locate the problem within the person. In other words, it's a case of group pathology rather than a problem of social analysis. So a sociologist with even half a brain would have said that the reason people are in this condition is because of a systemic problem that placed them in that position in the first place. Forced removals. So instead of talking about drunkenness of a group of people, how about we talk about the tot system? How we talk about a particular labor dispensation that kept people in that position of misery. So once you take out social analysis and you replace it with racial analysis, then you get this kind of rubbish, that of course portends to be research. Now I think it's really important to say this as well, because I think my colleague Jimmy was a little bit upset with me last night. When he's upset, he talks to me in single sentences. We've known each other since we were boys. He said we mustn't stereotype research. He's right, of course, but this is research about a stereotype, okay? And that's important to underline, first of all. Secondly, that even in the darkest days of apartheid, even in the darkest days of apartheid, don't forget that there were people doing research that did not buy into this notion of race essentialism, that is, of linking race to a particular set of behaviors. I can mention quite a number of white Afrikaans-speaking colleagues at this university. But the dominant trend, make no mistake, across departments, including and starting with the 4 founding faculties that came out of Victoria College into Stellenbosch University in 1919, this was taken as what I call racial common sense, okay, that colored people are treurig, that they need to be helped, and that they are despicable, and so on and so forth. The second thing is, don't for a moment believe that initially this was restricted to the Afrikaans universities. Not true. In fact, physical anthropology in its heyday was practiced as much at the University of Cape Town. People like J.A. Kean, for example, who published on the skull sizes, the penis sizes, everything about colored people, were actually UCT people. And when physical anthropology lost its potence as an explanation for racial differences because of the arrival of human genetics, okay, because human genetics showed that this whole thing about race was rubbish, okay, that the variability among so-called races was actually negligible, 0.01%, and even that occurred along the spectrum that basically could include anybody within a so-called group. Even when human genetics, Philip Tobias continued at bits to measure people's skulls, etc., etc. So this is by no means what happened, however, is that in most of the English universities, when human genetics eventually became commonplace as a critique of race science, the Afrikaans universities continued with that. So, in conclusion, this, first of all, an intellectually fascinating thing. Why would hundreds of researchers, so many departments at Stellenbosch University, put so much time through symposia, through SABRA, through the SABRA journal, the Tydskrif vir Rasse en Geleenthede? Why would they put so much effort into studying colored people? Very simple. To prove they're not like them. They needed to distance themselves from people who very often looked like them, spoke their language, attended their church, and you needed to create this distance because of the fear that they will not only be you, look like you, speak like you, pray like you, but be you. And that is actually the fascinating thing to unpack. So on the 16th of September, I will obviously give a fuller account in the inaugural lecture. I wasn't going to do an inaugural lecture because, at my age, you've done it so often, it becomes a bit of a joke. But now I've got something to say, so I will give a much more detailed account. But in the meantime, my message to all of you here is please stop being surprised, number one. And number two, you fool yourself if you think we're going to undo this damage simply by changing the composition or the rules of the ethics committee.
Professor Amanda Gouws.
Good morning. Let me also welcome you for being here, for the time you're putting in and the willingness to deal with this matter. That tells me that you feel seriously about making a difference to this whole situation that we have been dealing with for the past at least 3 weeks. I'm going to read because I think what we need are carefully crafted ideas. So many of us who do research as academics rarely reflect on what we do when we do research. We have internalized the rules of methodology and research practice to the extent that it becomes second nature. But then at some point, something happens to force us to reflect what we do when we do research. What brought us together here today was the use of race as a category in research in a simplistic, unreflected, and essentialized way that stigmatized the subjects of the research and deeply wounded the entire community, especially women, that was classified as colored under apartheid. I do not want to dwell on the article, but I want to talk about what we can learn from feminist research that take the intersectionalities of identity such as race, gender, class, and sexual orientation seriously. That will implicitly reflect on what went wrong with the research on which the article is based. There are points of view that think or say that we should do away with race as a variable in research. What is meant with this is a rejection of the deeply ideological and essentialized identity categories that were created under apartheid. These categories were used to justify apartheid practices of segregation and oppression according to race essentialism. But as a social scientist, I argue that we cannot do away with race as an explanatory variable. And I'm talking here about explanation and not racial research. For the type of survey research that I do, most demographic variables such as race, gender, age, class, education levels are used to explain attitudes and how these attitudes influence behavior. In relation to the recent election, for example, we needed to understand whether young people voted differently from other age categories, and we correlated age with race, gender, and educational levels. All these variables are important to understand certain phenomena. Without them, we face a population of uncategorized people about which we, as scientists, can say more or less nothing. In other words, social scientists need these variables to be able to explain behavior. That does not mean that it justifies using race in a way that continues the stigmatizing effects of imposed categories, rather than to use them in a way that is transformative. So let me turn to what we can learn from feminist research. Here I want to draw on the work of Sandra Harding, a feminist scholar who has written extensively about research processes. Harding asks us to distinguish among method, methodology, and epistemology. Method is a technique for gathering evidence, whether it is through surveys, face-to-face open-ended interviews, observing behavior, or analyzing discourse. Methodology is a shorthand term for a theoretical or practical idea to be explored through the set of tools, the methods, that will specify what is to be investigated, what is appropriate and what is sufficient evidence, how it should be produced, and what counts as good arguments about the evidence. Epistemology is a theory of knowledge that is concerned with who can be knowers. So, from a feminist perspective, can women actually be researchers? And what test beliefs must pass in order to be legitimate knowledge? Now, just think about this when we think about the article. What was the appropriate and sufficient evidence? How was it produced? And how did we test the beliefs in order for it to be legitimate knowledge? These three aspects of research are distinct, but to a large extent determine how we go about our research and to what extent we generate legitimate knowledge. Harding distinguishes between the context of discovery and the context of justification. The context of discovery is the research questions that we ask, and the context of justification is the methods we use. Now, one of the most important aspects of feminist research is a praxis, and what this praxis means is that we should be self-reflexive about our research. In order to do that, we have to put ourselves, as Harding calls it, on the same critical plane as the overt subject matter. So what this means is that we have to put ourselves as researchers in the shoes of the people we research. And we have to reflect on our own positionality as researchers. This means that our own class, race, culture, and gender assumptions and biases and beliefs must be placed in the context of the research, so that we reflect on how we influence the research context. If I, and I'm talking about myself, enter a research context, I need to reflect on the fact that I'm white, middle class, highly educated, and privileged, and how my presence will be experienced in that research context. Any method, therefore, can yield results, but it is the context of discovery that is important. In other words, what type of questions do we ask? Do we continue this tradition that Jonathan has pointed out of trying to correlate race with certain essentialist characteristics of groups, or are we trying to deal with a transformative type of science through asking the right type of questions? And how do we interpret the data that we've collected to answer these questions? Do we put ourselves on the same critical plane as the research subjects, and what do we learn from the context in which we do research? Do we allow the research subjects' understanding of our own reality to contribute to our own understanding as researchers? Do we take into consideration that research contexts are grounded and specific, and that reflexivity is a continuous process? So again, in terms of the article, was there any self-reflexivity going on when this research was done and during the process of the interpretation of the data? I don't think so. These are not trivial questions because they refer to the relations of power between the researcher and the research subjects. Research is never value-free and is always embedded in relations of power. These relations of power is what Michel Foucault referred to as regimes of truth. In other words, that we establish what we consider truth through scientific processes. As he put it, regimes of truth are the result of scientific discourses and institutions and are reinforced through the education system and the media. There is not some absolute truth out there, but it is a battle about the rules according to which true and false are separated and specific effects of power are attached to truth. What this means is that through the discourse we use when we do research and when we interpret the data, we establish some type of truth, and I put this in quotation marks, through the rules of research practice. The truth then becomes the accepted ideas about our research subjects. This should explain why there was such an outcry about the article that brought us here today, and the deep hurt inflicted, because that now will stand, and fortunately the article was retracted, but it could have stood as an accepted belief about colored women. The process of knowledge creation in which we engage through research is never value-free and often highly politicized. Feminist research has at its core the desire to produce a more just world. So it's not only doing research for the sake of research, but to utilize the outcomes of the research for some intervention with a deep understanding that knowledge is constructed from where the researcher is situated. In this regard, we also have to think about issues of representation. In other words, how do we represent the voices of our research subjects? It should never be speaking about, but speaking for them in nuanced ways that capture their own voices. Let me return to the issue of intersectionality then. Identity categories such as race, gender, class, and sexual orientation are not neatly separable. That there are complex and dynamic interactions between these categories in what we can call a matrix of domination, where women are differently located from each other because of the dynamic interaction among different identities. It is therefore very difficult to make generalizations about women's experience. And I think, the article not only dealt with race category, but also the gender category. In South Africa, the racially defined categories are still used to locate women differently and very often determine life chances and opportunities. It was black feminists who gave us the concept of intersectionality to work with. To now argue that we should not use race as a category to interpret the social world will eliminate the explanatory power of this concept and its use in research. How will we understand how race locates women in relation to colonial and apartheid oppression, or in relation to, for example, white privilege, without the use of race as a category? And let me end by asking, how do we as the university go forward from here to restructure research at Stellenbosch University? It cannot only be a one-dimensional approach, but it will also mean that the social sciences will have to be taken much more seriously. For years, scholars in the social sciences and humanities have warned that they are being treated as less valuable because they are less marketable. But good social science grapples with the questions about what is good research, what are the right research questions to ask, how do we transform our own research praxis, etc. These skills of critical thinking and analytical astuteness that good social science cultivate are invaluable in processes of social transformation. The obligation of transformation cannot only be left to the underfunded social sciences. All faculties at Stellenbosch University need to grapple with the legacies of the racialization of the society and how to change it. Today starts a discussion, but we will have to grapple more seriously and more deeply with the issues such as what is good research and bad research, what is legitimate knowledge gathered through valued processes that do not rely on Eurocentric measures but are crafted by ourselves for grounded research contexts. Feminist scholars have for years offered models that can be used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go on to the next speaker, obviously there are a number of debates that's already emerging, and I'd like us to at some point kind of just trace some of these debates and sort of kind of manage them in a way that we can have a conversation about it. Thank you. Andre.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. I'm Andre Baltus from the Sociology and Social Anthropology Department. I'll start with a story to kick us off. In 1925, Stellenbosch University launched a project to measure its white male Dutch-speaking students. The study consisted of 130 participants who were subjected to 70 bodily measurements, 49 measurements of the face and head, and included observations about the hair, skin, and eye color. When the results were published, the researchers concluded that the participants were, 1, of Western European descent, and 2, ranked among the tall races of Europe. The conclusions drawn were extended to an entire South African population of Dutch descent, namely the Afrikaner, linking particular characteristics to this designated group of people. Given the parameters of this study, I would have been included in that group, someone of Dutch descent, or an Afrikaner, one might say. Now, as a person whose greatest challenge it is to just see over the podium at these events, I do question the second generalized conclusion. It would not have been applicable to me, and it would not have been applicable to many others that I know. But the 1925 study needs to be viewed in the context of the time. It stemmed from the field of physical anthropology in an era of global eugenics, and also in the context of a burgeoning Afrikaner nationalist movement. It came at a time when race, in all its assumed manifestations, was regularly employed in scientific studies as a determining factor. What I mean by this is that race was seen as something that could be known through rigorous scientific study. And this was premised on the idea that race exists in plural form. We have many racial types. That racial categories were homogeneous collectives, thereby scientific conclusions drawn based on a few members of the group could be extended to the entire group. And that each racial category had an encompassing set of characteristics unique to that category through which it could be identified. In other words, there was an essence to be found, not only speaking to visible characteristics, but often also behavioral traits, and that these traits were inherent and inescapable. It was the era of racial science, and it was global science at the time. For decades, scientists tried to make race their constant, the unchangeable factor to which everything else could be related. The certainty with which conclusions were drawn and racial types described completely disguised the shaky foundations on which the science was built. At no point was there any real consensus about the amount of races that we find on Earth. By the early 20th century, some postulated the existence of 3 varieties, others 60. You would also find that studies of the same collective or type could render polar opposite results, depending on who was doing the study and dictating the results. And finally, no generalizations pertaining to a specific category would ever hold. Indeed, for decades, scientists tried to make race their constant, and for decades, they got it wrong. The science was flawed because it was fixated on a false determining factor. But some scientists identified this flaw fairly early on. By 1913, anthropologist Prof Bowers used the science of measurement to illustrate that environmental conditions were far more influential in the development of human beings than biological determinism. His ideas were rejected at the time, only to be embraced a few decades later. In the wake of World War II and the atrocities of Nazi Germany, UNESCO declared race to be a myth. The statement on race did not question the existence of human variation, but rather questioned the common sense understandings of race at the time. Supposed racial categories were not homogeneous. These categories could not be essentialized, and these categories were not determinate and inescapable. And while we can acknowledge visible and invisible variation exists as the result of evolution over thousands of years that are dictated by the immediate environment, these visible manifestations of difference cannot be neatly categorized into homogeneous groups. These manifestations also cannot tell us much about behavior or capability. In South Africa, we are faced with a particular challenge in this regard. While UNESCO was declaring race to be a myth in 1950, South Africa was in the process of implementing laws to govern their 4 designated racial categories. Crane Sudeen argued that in South Africa, racial differentiation involved the empirical recognition of a human category, which then became systematically classifiable and, like any zoological species, available as an object of knowledge for inspection and analysis. And through scientific study, these categories were solidified. And through daily practices of racial categorization, they were solidified in South African minds. Pierre Bourdieu, sociologist, employs his notion of durable dispositions to refer to, and I quote, a past which survives in the present and tends to perpetuate itself into the future by making itself present in practices structured according to its principles, end quote. My research has dealt with the history of science, and more specifically the history of anthropology at Stellenbosch University over the course of the past century. To some extent, my research has scrutinized the science itself, the epistemology and the concepts employed. It is particularly the use of race and racial categories that I question in my research. Many of the studies produced by Stellenbosch University from the 1920s to the 1960s never questioned the existence of racial categories themselves. For instance, the copious amounts of studies that related to the so-called colored population departed from the assumption that colored was a homogeneous grouping and that scientific study could expand our knowledge about this category of people. Even UNESCO's statement that declared race to be a myth did not completely erase this type of thinking from scientific and state practices. The laws implemented by the apartheid state certainly shaped the conditions in which designated racial categories had to engage daily life, and this has left a lasting legacy in the form of structural inequalities. The common understandings of these categories that we have been left with, or what we inherited, are often plagued by notions of essentialism and homogeneity, and generalizations flow with relative ease from these assumptions. And this really speaks to a long history of racial science, where a causal link is made between your supposed racial category and some characteristic that you exhibit or should exhibit. Tall, because you are of European descent. A body that is predisposed for menial labor because you are black. Or low cognitive functioning because you are colored. These slippages still occur too quickly and too frequently. We cannot continue along the same path, for these categories in themselves cannot relay accurate information. What is race supposed to tell us? How useful is this concept in the majority of studies that we conduct? In South Africa, we have started using these categories in science as a shortcut to try and explain what we are dealing with in a seemingly all-encompassing way. But these categories still require critical engagement every time we choose to employ them. We constantly need to remind ourselves that these categories are social constructions, that they are not homogeneous, that they are not defined by an essence, and that we can't generalize based on these categories, and that more often than not, the conclusions we arrive at is related to something other than our participants' racial category. For instance, allow me to say that the recent study, Age and Education-Related Effects on Cognitive Functioning in Colored South African Women, did not offer conclusions about colored women as it claimed. The conclusions could have pertained to any individual that would have been exposed to a particular set of environmental circumstances, as Franz Boas claimed already early in the 20th century. And granted, through systematic structural violence, environmental factors have had generational effects. And in South Africa, these are to some extent captured in the racial categories employed by the state. We need to keep this in mind in addressing our past, yes. But what the study in question has done is to locate low cognitive functioning within a particular category of people based on race. We need to constantly reinterrogate race in scientific research. We cannot afford to continue its use in an unquestioned and unproblematic manner to draw generalized conclusions based on racial categories. This will result in irresponsible scientific practice, and it will keep the ghost of racial science alive in this new century. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Barbara Boswell from the English Department at UCT.
Hi, thanks everyone. Thank you Stellenbosch University and especially Professors Vatar, Chikte and Gouws for inviting me here. I wanted to just correct something that you said, Professor Vatar, that I was not the initiator of the letter. It was a collective effort by 5 activists and scholars. Ms. Chanel Johannes is here, Mr. Shahid Mohammed. Chanel is a former student of mine. I'm very proud of her. And Professor Kopano Ratele from UNISA, as well as Professor Dimitri Erasmus, who is an anthropologist at Wits University. So I come to this critique of race-based research as an interdisciplinary scholar whose intellectual investments have been shaped by the critical interdisciplines of women's gender and sexuality studies, and during my time in the USA, being placed in departments, that are known as ethnic studies departments, like African American studies departments, Latino studies, Native American studies, which is a feature, I think, of some aspects of US-based education. And it's important for me to name these intellectual influences, as these have profoundly shaped my thinking as an intellectual, and has forged my critical thinking, giving me the tools and the language to actually deconstruct the article which we are here to discuss today in part. It's also then quite telling for me that, and I speak under correction here, that this university does not have a gender studies or sexuality studies department, besides individual professors like Professor Gouws and others doing that kind of feminist work which you refer to. There isn't an institutionalized place where gender and sexuality studies, for example, or African studies is practiced intellectually. And I think this goes some way to explaining some of the research that has emanated that has been classed as offensive. So I'm going to do what is usually a lecture that I do to second years. This presentation is based on that. And I'm just going to talk about the idea of race and start unpacking the concept and drawing on scholars like Kwesi Kwapra in deconstructing the idea of race, argues that there is only one human race. Biological features all vary on a continuum. We know currently that the genetic material responsible for the characteristics that are generally viewed as racial, like hair texture, skin color, forms less than half of 1% of our genetic makeup and has no cultural or behavioral implications. So here is the premise that I start off with, and many other humanities and social sciences scholars, that race is a constructed category. There's nothing essential or pertaining to the body about it. The use of the race as a classificatory system within modernity finds its genesis in colonization and European imperialist expansion. European race theorists from the 1600s onwards, providing the so-called science behind imperialism's drive to other and providing a rationale for conquest and enslavement, worked on producing systems of racialization in the colonies European nations were attempting to grab. So Carl Linnaeus, for example, born in the 1707, is considered the father of such racial classificatory systems, and he identified 4 races. And this is what Linnaeus said in his classification of the 4 races that he identified. The American is reddish, choleric, erect; the Asiatic, yellow, melancholy, tough; the African, black, phlegmatic, slack; the American is obstinate, contented, free; the European, mobile, keen, inventive; the Asiatic, cruel, splendor-loving, miserly; the African, sly, lazy, indifferent; the American is covered with tattooing; he rules by habit; the European is covered with close-fitting garments and rules by law; the Asiatic is enclosed in flowing garments and rules by opinion; the African is anointed with grease and rules by whim. So as we can imagine, Linnaeus' taxonomy is in fact hierarchical, with the European placed at the top of the hierarchy and the Africanus at the bottom of those 4 constructed categories. However, there is a 5th category which is not within the category human, homo monstrous. Monstrous or abnormal people. And it is within this category of the homo monstrous that the Hottentots were classified by Linnaeus. And so here we have the beginning of a discourse that others and producers, indigenous people in Southern Africa, as really not fully human. Another iteration of scientific racism and its construction can be found in the example of Thomas Jefferson, American president, and one of the writers of the American Bill of Rights, who called on scientists to determine the obvious inferiority of African Americans, partly to justify the practice of slavery, of which Jefferson was an ardent practitioner. In Notes on the State of Virginia in 1789, Jefferson described the black people under his care as follows: "They seem to require less sleep. A black, after hard labor through the day, will be induced by the slightest amusements to sit up till midnight or later, though knowing he must be out with the first dawn of the morning. They are at least as brave and more adventuresome, but this may perhaps proceed from a want of forethought, which prevents them from seeing danger till it be present." I took great delight when I worked at the University of Virginia, which Thomas Jefferson founded, teaching this. I quote these 2 thinkers, and there are many others who I could single out and whose work I could highlight here, but I want to highlight 2 impulses which I see emerging from this work. The first, the seeming ease, the authority and sense of entitlement evident in both men's writing, which make it seem like their God-given right to name, define, categorize the other. The other point the writing demonstrates, in the case of Jefferson especially, is the work of rationalization such science performed during the colonial era in order to justify the ongoing enslavement, mistreatment, and dehumanization of the constructed other. If indigenous or colonized populations were inferior, less than human, by colonial logic, this provides a justification to steal their land, enslave them, brutalize them when they resist this treatment, and ultimately also even kill them by genocide if necessary. It also follows that if the subject thus classified is inferior to Europeans, then Europeans, by white supremacist colonial logic, have a duty of stewardship over indigenous or black populations, who by virtue of being so patently inferior need continued guidance and assistance in order to help them. This sense of stewardship flows from a deeply ingrained belief of the superiority of whiteness and the inherent deficiency of all others not so classified. These are impulses to me which sadly are both evident in the recent scholarship that we are here to discuss today on so-called colored women's cognition. Feminist historian Yvette Abrahams, in an article, The Great Long National Insult, Science, Sexuality, and the Khoisan in the 18th and early 19th century, shows how this Jeffersonian impulse took shape in southern Africa. Abrahams describes the racist depictions of Africans and the Khoisan in colonial writing, and I come to this work as a scholar of the humanities and very mindful of representation. In colonial writing as a type of mental abuse of indigenous peoples, originating at a time when the Khoisan were subject to enslavement, colonization, and genocide. She writes, white men had first to be taught to believe that the women and children they were killing and enslaving were less than human. Thus, the travel writers and later the racist scientists, it was their job to create a discursive world in which such beliefs were possible. Abrams argues that the science of classifying, naming, and ranking human beings served imperialism by producing an orderly known hierarchy at which the place of the white man on top was legitimized as the natural order. In the case of the Khoisan, Linnaeus's classification relieved them of the guilt of genocide. When white settlers went to murder the Khoisan, European science offered them the conviction that the people that they were killing were not human. This was also the rationale then for the inhumane treatment of Sarah Bartman by French scientist Jacques Cuvier, who measured her genitalia and other body parts, made a cast out of her body, and dissected her, keeping her genitalia in bottles preserved in the Musée d'Alhom after her death in 1816 at the age of 26. Here we see a particularly sexualized way in which indigenous women were viewed as a curiosity subject for investigation and then measured and represented for posterity. So this is a very brief snapshot of the history, and there are large gaps obviously in this, in the production of race in colonial science. Skipping forward to a century or so, we have the study in 1937 conducted here at Stellenbosch University, where 133 men were enlisted in order to document and construct from these documentation racial categories. And I draw on the article that's been mentioned by Krista Kuljian, which appeared in the Mail and Guardian last week. She writes that the aim of the study was to distinguish white Afrikaners from colored men, and what was measured was skin color, eye color, hair texture, and more than 80 other measurements of the head and body to determine racial type. So we see a kind of continuation of this type of race-based scientific research into the 20th century for the nefarious purposes of constructing and upholding racial categorization. The previous speaker, Dr. Walters, has already referred to the UNESCO statement on race drafted in 1950, which asserted that the biological fact of race and the myth of race should be distinguished. For all practical social purposes, race is not so much a biological phenomenon as a social myth. The myth of race has created an enormous amount of human and social damage. And this statement comes, of course, at a time after the Second World War, when eugenics was used, again, as a justification for the extermination of 6 million Jews in Europe. So I want to return to the article published recently in March, and having sketched a very brief history of race studies and its complicity in white supremacist structuring of the world during colonization and later in this country during apartheid. I want to argue that this article continues in the tradition of harmful race-based science. We've had the article widely condemned, but I want to say why. I will not deal here with the flawed methodology of the article that has been dealt with over and over again by several scientists. The sample size, the method of testing, the analysis of statistics, but rather with the way in which the language and ideology that the article uses resonates through history, and that is what makes it so offensive. First, there is the unproblematic use of the category colored, the apartheid category colored. We have an inkling of the category's genesis from the 1937 study I just mentioned. It was coined by a segregationist white supremacist logic and is an outflow of that. And this is not to discount that there are some people who do identify and embrace the category colored or the identity colored. This, in a way, is a subversion of the apartheid category. But seriously, the genesis of this term comes from this apartheid imagination and apartheid imaginary. There's no recognition in the article that race is socially constructed and that colored is an apartheid nomenclature. And what I mean by socially constructed here is that even though there is nothing biological which makes me, for example, a colored person, the fact that I walk into a space and I'm read as colored shows that how society racializes me. And the racial stereotypes produced under colonialism of colored women, they've already been referred to by the previous speakers, as hypersexual, alcoholics, etc. These stereotypes have been layered throughout history, and they travel with those of us embodied in this particular way. What happened when we wrote this article that eventually led to the retraction is that news media picked up on the letter to the editors of the journal, and somehow they needed a figure to pin this on, and they took my photo off Twitter, and with many news reports they used the photograph of me with the report about the racist article and then the intervention that we were trying to make. And these were posted on Facebook. And really, the way in which stereotype works then became very apparent to me, because there were hundreds of comments underneath these news articles with images of me. And one particularly stood out to me when a person wrote, don't mess with a colored lady. I can almost hear the sound of a bottle being broken on the side of a table. And, I sat there and I actually laughed. I found it quite funny, but also really quite revealing in the way in which colored women are seen, and had then that reflected at me in a very crude way. So where am I? So these stereotypes travel with us, and what this article did really is produce another raft of stereotypes that we then have to counter. Kapana and I were talking about how 2 weeks of our lives just disappeared with this, where we could have been doing other work, meaningful to us. This work is, I suppose, meaningful. Then two other, and I want to just end here with the two issues that I spoke about. This unthinking entitlement to define, to categorize, to measure our bodies and our worth, which is taken as an absolute right by the researchers who conceived of these sorts of research. It speaks to the issue of stewardship also, which Jefferson crystallizes for us in his writing, the idea that because these populations under study are so inferior, so unable to take care of themselves and set a course for their own well-being, that the institution and researchers have to intervene with this benign kind of racism, what Professor Jansen referred to as the scholarship of pity almost, in order to rescue or save them from themselves. So here is where I want to end with a question to this institution, which I might well pose to many other universities in South Africa, including UCT and Wits University. Please, can you think about the ideological mindset which even enabled such a research question to be tabled. Ask yourselves the difficult question of why this fascination with measuring the bodies and the minds of the other, in this case, colored women. Ask yourselves as an institution, what sort of personal and collective ideologies underline the urge in 2019 to still prod at us, name, measure, define, and categorize us. It is the colonial gaze all over again, with no thoughts as to how the entitlement to name, define, and yet again classify us registers with people who are now your fellow citizens, your equals, and no longer merely your domestic workers, your farm workers, and your nannies. To end, I just want to pick up on a point that Professor Gouws made, and this is where I see an intervention as possible. And really it's a plug for the kind of oppositional disciplines which I locate myself in, of gender studies and critical race studies. That besides looking at the issue of the Institutional Review Board, what went wrong, how colleagues let this go, also the idea of introducing these critical disciplines into the humanities has a very stabilizing effect, I think, has a critical effect on the humanities, on the social sciences, and can actually imbue your intellectual project as a university with a different kind of rigor that perhaps is located within the university but in piecemeal places. And so to think about a critical race studies department or institute, or a critical gender and race institute would be one way of making longer term structural change at the university, which could really go a long way to preventing this kinds of travesties really from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the four panelists, including Professor Wim de Villiers, for providing a number of very interesting presentations, overlapping, subtle differentiation, but very focused in the way we've proceeded to lay the basis for a conversation. How shall we proceed? Before we do that, I just also want to thank the co-producers of the letter and the petition. Thank you very much. How shall we proceed? Let 1,000 flowers bloom, I think, at this point. But just keep in mind that there's an interrelated set of issues that this symposium is focused on. And that is the question about how the concept of race was and is understood in the institutional curriculum of the academy generally and Stellenbosch University specifically. That's the first part of it. And secondly, how such a conception can be dislodged via institutional processes. The first one is critical deliberation about the idea of race. The second one is processes by which we can work productively through it and to a different place. I'm going to ask that we have interestingly and fascinatingly and thankfully representation from not just the academy here. We've got a representation from different universities, different communities, the media, and so on and so forth, and I think that is absolutely superb. What we want to do is to ask for 4 comments at a time. Maybe we can do 4 rounds. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands, and I'll stop there. Okay? And then we'll take those 4 comments. Now, the panel may get a direct question to them, and then I'll ask them to answer it. But I'm interested in the conversation that will emerge via the questioners and the panel, so they shouldn't feel they must answer question directly. But if there are direct questions, they could. So let me ask Professor Son. I recognize you. Wait for the microphone, and then I forgot the other 3. I remember you, I remember yourself, and then there was a 4th person whose hand will come to you.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Fatal. Also, thanks for allowing me to be present. I want to start with the concept race. I think we have a tendency to conflate the concept race with ethnicity. For example, Amanda, you said I'm a white woman. I really want us to challenge that notion that you are white and that I am colored and that there are black people. Those are racial labels. But I understand why we're using them, because it's my sense that we're conflating race with ethnicity. As early as 1942, Ashley Montagu wrote a book, Race, the Man's Most Dangerous Myth. Now, Ashley Montagu was Israel Ephraim, I think. He came from Nazi Germany. His family was in the Holocaust. So he came with a lot of other people who escaped the Holocaust, who was called the Frankfurt Group in the States. And they've really contributed a lot to this entire area. So in his book, he proves that, or he indicates that all the different definitions that we used by race, that the concept was actually conceptualized by racists, and often in anthropology and in psychology. But all those definitions he looked at, and he then came to the conclusion that's a myth, and many of you mentioned that. Now, if a concept is a myth, then you can't study it. You can't have a mythical concept as a variable, because one of the first things you need to do in research is to conceptually define, operationally define that concept. And you can't define race. Therefore, race being a myth, I think as South Africans we must consider getting rid of that concept. It's a mythical concept. Now, I think we conflate it with ethnicity. Ethnicity refers to a group that's being created. Like I always say, my essence is not a colored, but I come from the colored communities. The colored communities were created. Therefore, they have a historical set of experiences. I have certain emotional attachment to that community. That's ethnicity. So I think we need to start thinking more of the different ethnic groups we have in South Africa. And I think it's legitimate to study those ethnic groups, but we must get rid of this notion of race. I also think, I just want to make one important point. Both Professor de Villiers and Professor Jansen spoke about the underlying racist tradition. I think that tradition is, as Dr. Boswell indicated, embedded in the ideology of white male supremacy. That ideology, I suspect, have affected all of us and messed all of us in some ways. And that ideology was developed by the Broederbond that was started in 1918 on the 5th of June in the consistory of a church in Irene. That Broederbond set as its aim the creation of an Afrikaner identity.
Thank you.
So, no. I do want to make this point.
Professor, you have
that underlying ideology continues to be the fundamental ideology at Stellenbosch University. And I think we need to address that ideology and get rid of using this concept race as if it's a variable that can be studied.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please excuse me for having interrupted you. I really just want to get through as many people as possible. So thank you very much. You made 4 or 5 exceptionally good points. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I'm here today with a delegation of men and women from Crisisville and Dyser. So I think that in terms of the point of power relations, it's important that they get the floor. So before we go over to that, I think that there's a fundamental problem with the way the rector and Professor Gouws has actually framed the issue, because they in fact are justifying the ongoing structural violence against against the masses, for want of a better word. I think that we need to look at the whole rise internationally of Trumpism and of the need to create diversions to justify further economic slavery. Who controls South Africa? It's not the government. There's still imperialist control. The gold mines are controlled by the Bank of New York. We don't even have a reserve bank. It's controlled by JP Morgan Chase and others. So there's imperialist direct control. And so the imperialist control in South Africa has got a long history. And the partnership that was formed, in fact, the Afrikaner Capital was the junior partner in terms of continued imperial control. And that was the origin of the artificial social categories that were created. So in other words, to talk about and justify to us, no, we must be a bit more nuanced, still be racist, but still be nuanced about it. I mean, it's problematic, to deal with, say, we're going to discuss voting trends in colored communities. To what end? To justify the continued control of the working class. It's a problem. There needs to be fundamental restructuring here at Stellenbosch University. If the leaders themselves are perpetuating these unequal power relations, it's a massive problem. There needs to be an anti-racist campaign top to bottom, not only here at Stellenbosch, but even internationally, nationally and internationally. There are reputed organizations such as South African History Online that are dying. And yet they are presenting the alternative people's history. Whereas the departments at Stellenbosch University, there's not even an African Studies department. So there needs to be a fundamental rethink, in terms of the power relations. Perhaps in the next round, if we could give the representatives from the community, 2 of them have been designated to speak. Thank you.
Sure. Noted. Thank you very much. The fourth hand I saw, but it was you. Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm Lisa van der Robroek from the Visual Arts Department. I want to also pick up on Professor Boswell's last point, which is a point I want to make very strongly. I want to say that we in the humanities have been teaching race critical theories for decades, not for years, for decades. We stress the intersectionality of race, gender, sexuality and class, and have been querying the use of essentialist categories relentlessly in our courses for decades. So we find this particularly compromising and shaming. And I want to say that I think it is symptomatic of a continuing racist paradigm at this university, but also of the devaluation of the humanities by this university. I want to propose compulsory critical theory modules across the board on the ethics of representation. If this shameful event does not stress the vital value of the humanities and finally bring it to the attention of an overwhelmingly white, male, scientifically trained leadership, then nothing will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The substance obviously was great, but the brevity was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Chanel Yanis. I first would like to introduce myself. I am a descendant of the indigenous oppressed and the continued oppressed, right? And I don't need to speak about it, but I need to just emphasize that I am both activist and academic. So on that note, race is something that's really political, it's something that's really economic, it's something that's really social, and it's something that's completely socially constructed, which we have emphasized, right? So I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but one thing I would like to speak to is when we do research and when we use intersectionality and all these fancy words, right, we need to understand the location of the self is not a justification to justify your power dynamics as a researcher when you are doing research, right? It is exactly what Edward Said spoke about, the Orientalism, the othering, right? So how we do research becomes really important, that we do not exclude. And can we truly ever speak for? That is my question, right? And one thing, to just keep it short, because I have a long list of what I want to go through, and I know time is against us, Prof. However, I want to speak about what Professor Jansen spoke about and alerted us to, the differences. So you have critical race theory, led by Dr. Francis Cress Westling, right, who spoke about the biomedics and genetic survival. Why is this not produced within scholarship? Why is the fact that we need to look at scholarship telling us who we are, yet we are descendants of these individuals who were never supposed to be here? I am a product of that genocide. Right? We all are products of those genocides, right? However, on the note of education, this Eurocentric education needs to be shaken. It needs to be somewhat just completely removed, and we need to decolonize it. That is what we need to do. And how we're going to do it, we need to understand how our indigenous knowledge systems operate. We use oral history, for example, as methodologies, but how do we use it? Whose voices are we excluding? So we need to really take into consideration how education and the racism and the violence of education truly exists and stop denying its existence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome.
Okay. Can we get a mic here? We will hand over to whoever the panel wants to respond.
I don't know. First of all, I do think that one way forward out of this mess is to have a core curriculum for all students at the University of Stellenbosch that includes within it critical studies of race. That I support my colleague there from the humanities. I think it is extremely dangerous to let loose MBCHB students from the medical school who's never had any exposure to a social science module on something like race and medicine. I mean, if I fear for a kid like that going to practice medicine in Khayelitsha or in Lavender Hill, not having understood, the practice of medicine socially and not simply clinically, etc. So I agree with you on that. I also am a little hesitant when you specify that module as critical theory, because I really don't think we should have new orthodoxies replacing old orthodoxies. I think we should be fairly open in how we do that. But there is no way an architect or a urban planner should leave this university not having been exposed to this broader thinking on race and society. On that, I absolutely agree. I don't know if I agree with Julian on the issue of race and ethnicity. If you call me colored, I will fight you. I will physically attack you because I'm not colored. That was what the apartheid government said I was. I hated the fact that I had to go from retreat to the University of the Western Cape. I didn't want to be there because the other university was 5 minutes away. So both race and ethnicity are social constructs. I mean, just accept that. What I think we should do is relieve race in our discourse from being, as many understand it here, as a biological or a cultural construct, and rethink race as a political construct. In other words, I confess, I grew up in a tradition in which Steve Biko, Neville Alexander, and others were role models, in which you thought of black not as colored people versus other kinds of people, but black as a political construct. And in that sense, just my work with schools and universities, for example, I can't look at a Herschel or a Grove, or a Springfield, the schools we're studying at the moment, see 90% white kids, see 9.7% colored kids, see virtually no black African kids, and not see race. I have to talk there politically about coloredness or whiteness as a way of drawing attention to such obvious inequalities and so on. But we haven't yet talked about that. So I don't think we need to wrap ourselves in definitional complexities around who is a colored and who is a... But I do think we need to start talking about these as political constructs and debunk once and forever that there is something inherent in coloredness or Indianness or whatever, choose your category, that gives it any validity at all. Good.
Just to add on to the point and to address Professor Son's comment, I do think it is useful to have race as a category of analysis, because we cannot deny the fact that our experiences are shaped through processes of racialization. The legacies of apartheid, the legacies of colonialism, these are, if we're going to if we're serious about redress, if we're serious about social justice, we do actually have to take these categories into account, but it is the way in which we do it and the reasons why we do it, our motives for doing it. We see with this particular study, I suppose, a well-intentioned idea behind it, but the execution of it becomes so essentialist and so, it's just so offensively done that it negates any kind of intention to actually uplift or whatever the intention was. And also then to add to that, then if one is going to do human subjects research in the social science in this particular way, to really have those people on board as research, not just subjects, but as active participants. And the question that I had was, how did these researchers go back, which is a good feminist and actually just a good social science praxis of going back to the communities that you studied or that you worked with in your research and explaining your findings to them. Did that even ever happen? And if people were thinking in that way of how am I actually going to explain this research to the people that I researched, these kinds of questions would preempt this very stultifying, stereotypical way in which people have been defined. So, just to wrap up, the category racial categories, I think, are necessary for me in social science and humanities research. And I think we'd be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Is that the expression? If we just decided to not do that at all anymore. I do think until we have a socially just society where everyone more or less has equal opportunity, that this is really necessary still. It's just how we do it that is vitally important, and recognizing the social constructedness and, as you say, the political constructedness of race.
I just had a thought while I was sitting here before I give this to Amanda, since members of the rectorate are here. I was just wondering if in this context we could ask Tuli Madansela and Helen Zilli to do a lecture on white privilege.
Well, I want to emphasize the point that Barbara has made, that race is a category of analysis and that we use it, and it's in the way we use it, and I think that's what I was trying to explain. So not all research is there for the purpose of control. And to say something about the praxis of the type of research that feminists do. I mean, we did a study about home-based care workers in communities where people have been sent home to die. And what we did was to use people in those communities that were HIV positive. We trained them in field work to give them some skills, and they did the field work for us. And then at the end, we went back to the communities to discuss the findings with them. So it's in a way an attempt to empower rather than to control. And I mean, those findings about the very horrible conditions in which home-based care workers work, we could then actually, we wrote a report that we took to government to say that this cannot go on, because most of these home-based care workers were women with dependents that were, government was supposed to pay them stipends. Government paid like every 3 months, every 4 months. So that type of research, I think, is not for the aim to control. And I want to thank Lisa and Barbara for saying, why is it that when the social sciences, or some of us in the social sciences have been doing this work for decades, that it's not taken seriously? That we closed down the gender studies program, the MPhil in gender studies at this university, because it wasn't cost effective. So we have to look at the technocratic new liberal way in which we manage universities.
I don't have much to add. I really appreciated the comments, and I always find that it gets me thinking in new ways. But unfortunately, I am a slow thinker, so it will take me a while. I just want to end with a comment. I always get nervous when a racial category is employed in research as the starting point. it shouldn't be the starting point.
Colleagues, before I take more hands, don't raise your hands. Let me just read to you what Amanda, Usuf and I wrote in the statement about this concept. I think it provides us some ground from where we can move. But it is my estimation, and I mentioned this to Jonathan a couple of days ago, that I think hard theoretical work has to be done on conceptualizing alternative categorization. We are not in that space yet. We said we are interested in developing alternative approaches to the gratuitous use and misuse of race in science and research. We specifically wish to debunk it as an instrument used to discriminate against and undermine the dignity of people. So that is a negation about how we don't want to use it. The question is, how do we recategorize in such a way that we can move forward on this? Okay, can I have more hands? I see 1, 2, 3, and 4. But you also mentioned someone. Okay, we mentioned 2 persons. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we have 5 persons. So the first person was it you? Yeah, go ahead. And then Arnold, and then we go back and go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, I have 2 questions. They'll be quick. The first one is a playful one, but really serious with Amanda. Amanda, I presume I know your work, so I understand where you're coming from. But Jonathan has said the same thing, and Barbara. Here's the question. This thing about a 4-race theory in South Africa is absurd. That's the first thing. So if we say that we're going to keep using race in this country, do we retain the 4 races? What about children between Indians and coloreds? Are they colored? What about the children between whites and Indians? Are they also colored? And so you see the absurdity. Do we go to 2 or 3 or 60 as Audrey Waters? So there's a fundamental absurdity right here about race, and I think we should get over it. But I want to hear more about, because Aslam Fattar also mentioned this. I mean, the idea is to rethink fundamentally how we think about race, because, Stats SA does this constantly, this absurdity that we inherited, because the big thing is the colonial difference. You have to think about the colonial difference, and some people have said that, as a matter of fact, you can't think about race without thinking about racism. So that's the first part. Quickly, second one. Second one is this. There is something fundamentally at once frightening, absurd, but also interesting, something unfathomable about race, and here it is. If you work in a place, and Jonathan was talking about this in one sense, so if we have a history that all of us have interjected, that we have now think we know white people, we know coloreds, just from sight, where do we go from here? And here's the point. If you're a teacher in Stellenbosch, and I found wonderful people I know at Stellenbosch, at Anthropology, yes, at English, at Visual Studies. If you work in a place like this, and you know that there's a history here you've interjected, how do you work with your students? How do you live in a place that you think you know people without knowing them actually? So the question really is, how do we build? Why do we build? Where do we build? And that goes to the question, 1 second, which my son constantly now has been asking me about race at his school and the jokes that they tell each other, which are horrible, so I'm not going to repeat. I ask you, where did you learn to be black? Where did you learn to be white? Who taught you? Did you like the lessons? If you didn't like it, what are you doing about it in your class in this space called Stellenbosch? Thank you.
Just behind you, right behind you. Professor Skoonwinkel, and welcome, Professor Skoonwinkel. Okay, you can go after her, Professor Skoonwinkel. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Baie dankie. Ek praat vanoggend vir ons minder bevoorregte, ons benadeelde, wat hulle sê die agtergeblewe huisvrou. Nou, ek het 45 jaar vir die universiteit gewerk. Ek is Leni Steinberg Mukijima. Sal agterkom dat ek 2 van het. Want ek kan myself nie plaas nie. Al wat ek weet, ek is God geskapen. So, ons het die jare gewerk, het ek gewerk vir die universiteit. En ek het hard gewerk. Daar bestaan nie so iets soos 'n leikleerling vrou nie. Ek weet nie waar dit vanaf kom nie. Goed, ons is gever daarmee, maar Ek stem nie saam nie. Ek is uit die skool uit op 16, want ek was nie bevoorreg om verder te kon leer nie. Waarom nie? Daar was nie fondse nie. Ek wil so graag 'n teatersuster geword het, want ek is bitter lief vir mense. Ek het nie 'n kleurgrens nie. So, toe daar was nie geld nie. En op 16 het ek by die universiteit aangesluit. En ek het al die jare net vir die universiteit gewerk. Ek is 2005 as ek gediagnoseer met kanker. Ek was verplig om my werk te los. En in die 45 jaar was ek nog nie een dag lui en sonder werk nie. En dit voel so sleg. Ek is so skaam vir dit wat ek hoor hier. Nadat ek so lief is vir mense, ek werk vir die universiteit. Daar was nou 'n jaar gelede, ek praat nou onder korreksie, wat hulle gesê het, hulle het staking gehad op die campus, de feesmaal vol. Goed, Kevin was deel van die onderhandeling met die universiteit. Hulle het ons so sleg behandel. Ek is jammer om dit te sê, maar ek dink ek het verkeerde plek begin. En laat hulle op die campus, die universiteit het vir sekere mense, werkers, 'n bedrag geld gegee. Ek het 45 jaar vir die universiteit gewerk en ek is weg van die universiteit met 'n skamele 35.000, waarvan die universiteit vir my gelos het met 'n subsidie wat ek net 3 jaar aan betaal het. En ek moes sien dan kom klaar. Ek as vrou, ek was die broodwinner. Ek het sonder werk gesit. Ek is oor na die maatskappye toe, FedEx Food Services, ek het daar gaan werk. Ek was nie hoërskool nie, want daar was nie geld om te leer nie. Met 'n standaard 3, die lei kleerlingvrou, met 'n standaard 3, het ek gevorder as 'n ek was 'n algemene skoonmaker by die universiteit. By die maatskappye, ek het soveel ondervinding opgedoen, dat ek by die maatskappye 'n toesighouer geword het. Na die toesighouer was ek 'n assistentbestuurder. Na die assistentbestuurder sou ek bestuurder geword het. Ongelukkig het die kanker my getrigger. In 2005, Februarie, Maart maand, het ek die universiteit vir se diens permanent gelos, want ek het 'n plastiese borskas in. Waarom? 'n skropmasjien by 'n Harmony koshuis het my op my bors gekap. Ek het nie geweet dat dit 'n inwendige besering nie. Wie moes uitkom daarvoor? 125.000 vir die operasie, my man se mediese fonds. Ek het 'n besering aan diens opgedoen by Sonnekoshuis. Wie moes daai besering dek? My man, dis 'n diskusletsel tussen 5 en 6. En my man moes daarvoor opdop. Die universiteit het 80.000 wat hy vir die feesmaals vol stakers gegee het. Hy het nie vir ons geken nie. Ons is ook daar. Ons was by hulle. Hulle het ons gesien as spookwerkers. So mense, regtig ons sit met 'n probleem. Ons spookwerkers van die universiteit. Ek is nog nie geboord nie. Ek word die 28ste Oktober. Ek is geboord deur die dokters. Omdat ek kan nie verder werk as gevolg van my fiberglass borskas wat ek in het nie. Maar ek tree af nou die 28ste Oktober as ek 65 word. Ek was mos nog deel van daai. Ek was deel daarvan. Ons beleid is, ons tree af op 65. Die nuwe wet sê 60, maar ons tree af op 65. So, as die universiteit sulke goed doen, soos die sleg huisvrouens, kan ek verstaan hoekom ons benadeel word. En hoekom kom daar slegte huisvrouens? Daar is nie regtig nie. Nie in my gemeenskap nie, maar baie dankie. Ek kon nie alles praat wat ek wou nie, maar dankie vir die spreekbeurt.
Ek bedank je. Ja, maar ek wil ook die volgende sê. Ek is jammer dat wanneer ek Afrikaans nou gaan praat, sekere mense gaan uitdeel. Maar ek wil net ook sê, dat die storie wat jy in so kort tydperk aan ons vertel het, lig uit die strukturele, die emosionele, die persoonlike dimensies van u belewenis met die universiteit, wat vir mens wat nogal skrikwekkend is, wat hierdie forum moet notuleer en probeer om werk te maak daarvan. Ek eer u woorde vandag. Okay. Professor Skonwonko. At some point I saw your hand, but so it wasn't the hand. Okay, sorry, Mr. President.
I'm Tanya Ajam from the School of Public Leadership. I want to raise the issue that we've touched on the poor supervision of these students. We've touched on the failures of the ethic committees, but we haven't touched on the roles of the peer reviewers in that journal. And if we look at the paper that was retracted from the the GSB, the Graduate School of Business, it tells you that the problem with the knowledge production machinery is not just in the academe in South Africa, it is actually international. And in Barbara's introduction, she failed to mention that the same scientist who invented correlation, who invented regression, the techniques that we use today, the techniques that this paper used, was also the inventor of eugenics, also invented psychometry, right? And the researchers might say that they are studying cognitive ability, which is a lower order concept than intelligence. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. But the issue which made me incandescent with rage is the characterization of all so-called colored academics, schools as being poor. Because the authors deny colored scholarship, and I use the term colored as a political designation, which some people received at birth. So how do they sit with their colleagues? And do they think that their colleagues who have gone from South Africa to go and study and receive acknowledgement at international universities are somehow less than them?
Thank you very much. The fourth comment.
I'm Ashwin Afrikaners Thyssen, former Open Stellenbosch activist and former Fees Must Fall activist. One thing I found missing in the entire conversation thus far, and our elder has alerted us to this, is the fact that in 2015 and 16, we were called by the students to prioritize decolonization, and in 2019, what we now consider a supposed aberration is the logical conclusion of the institutional culture that is part of Stellenbosch University, that is endemic to this university. So at first, I would like to problematize the current institutional culture, and various speakers have mentioned this. And then secondly, I would like to problematize the apologies this university has put out. It is very much problematic that we apologize in 2019 for how people are hurt, as opposed to we can't even call this research. It's propaganda. That's truly what it is. To apologize for hurt feelings in 2019 is so problematic for an institution that supposedly recognizes the injustices of the past. And then I want to go further by asking, because in 2015, 2016, we raised the issue of decolonization, I want to go further in asking, what is this forum today? Is it just another exercise of academic masturbation when we come together, reflect together, and we walk away and do nothing about this? And then 3 years down the line, we will see another article published, and then we say again, we are sorry for your hurt feelings. So my plea is that this takes seriously the call of 2015, 2016, and we actually do the work that should be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ask the panel to respond. Anyone on the panel would like to respond? The mic is over there. Just pass it to Barbara, the mic, please. Thank you.
You know, I just would like to say, actually, in response to your comments, Professor, that you mentioned the problematic use of race. I do want us to really make sure that this is an intersectional analysis, that as much as the article had to do with the really harmful use of racial categories, it is also article about gender and about women specifically. And there is a reason why particularly this study could be conducted about colored women as a target group. There's a reason why it was gendered in this particular way, and that also stems from a kind of imaginary about women's place. And so I want to just make sure that gender doesn't get lost in the conversation, and that it remains an intersectional conversation. And just to the last speaker's points, absolutely I support you in what you have said. Decolonization is necessary. This is what we need. A lot of us who are also scholars have been making this call. And we can see the really harmful results of not actually taking seriously that call. Thank you for making that point.
I'm not sure decolonization is the problem we're dealing with here, unless, having studied this all my life as a curriculum theorist, I just don't think this is decolonization. This is straightforward up and down racism, and it comes in many different forms, and we've got to deal with that. You know, this is not a legacy of colonial rule. This is, for me, straightforward and embedded racism in our institutions. Now, I think that our speaker is correct. So let's just first, I just want to park decolonization because I think it's been used far too haphazardly to mean everything. And if it means everything, it means nothing in terms of social analysis, political analysis. But let's talk about the problem of our university, okay? I think we must get away from this article. This article, I think, was useful in sparking a conversation. What we now need to do is to look at the entire ideological infrastructure of this university. Let me give you a few examples. I am not going to walk again. I'm saying this right now as a commitment from my side. I will never again walk into you. If you're going to ask me, invite me for a workshop, and you invite me into the R.W. Wilcox building, I will not go in there again. It is insulting. It is degrading. This is the man who sponsored studies on the denigration of colored people at this university. But none of you know that because, as I said, at the Tygerberg campus, you know, the fish is often unaware of the water it swims in. Okay, it doesn't do a social analysis of the water. It just swims. But the R.W. Wilcox was a racist. R.W. Wilcox, and on the 16th, I'll show you systematically how he produced studies that denigrated. Why is that building's name not changed? I came here, and I tell you, one of the most horrendous experiences I had was to see the laying to rest of Russell Botman in a building called D.F. Milan. Are you mad? Are you not thinking? Did you know on the Tygerberg campus, there is, to this day, and I challenge you to go to the website, a website that boasts that it has in its museum, the largest collection of colored cadavers in the world. What the fuck? Is this something we should be proud of? Where is the critical engagement? So forget the article. You know, I feel sorry for Professor, what's his name? I really don't think she knows as a clue what she did wrong. I feel sorry for those students whose dissertations are now in gedrang. I feel sorry for them. I feel pity for them. I don't get angry. I don't, I don't fall on I don't sit here and sort of say, oh my God, you know, they were insulting my mother. It's their problem, okay? And they must get over it. What I am concerned about is, are we going to use this opportunity to rethink the way in which the waters in which we swim? Okay. We are completely unaware of it, okay? And that's what we need to address. I am heartbroken, I must tell you, when I listen to the story of the woman who worked for the university for 45 years. En ek kan net vir u sê, ek voel skaam vanoggend om die storie na die storie te hoor, want dit reflekteer vir ons hierdie ongevoeligheid, hierdie blindheid. Jy weet, this incredible ignorance of how oppression actually works. And if you cannot, I'm just so sad to hear you retiring, because I would say to this university, they need to make some fairly major investments in you becoming a nurse or whatever you wanted to do. And if we can't do it for you, we must do it for your daughters. But something must be put right there that is clearly unjust in the way you were treated. The people keep telling me that there are more millionaires per square inch in Stellenbosch than there is in the whole of South Africa. And the other day at Morehouse College, which is an African-American college in Atlanta for men, a black man got up there and said to the 400 graduates, you know, all your loans that you owe to this university are, as of this moment, wiped out. I think we need something dramatic in response to what happened with this article, and not these piecemeal kinds of things, you know, that I don't think changes anything at all.
Right. At this stage, before the rest of the panel responds, I'd like to just indicate that the executive of the university will be leaving us. They've already overstayed. Should have been at a meeting at 11 o'clock. I wish you well, and I thank you very much for being here, for having absorbed what you've listened to here this morning, to us this morning. And I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the support of the symposium as well. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry that you have to make a grand exit, but unfortunately it can't be. Okay. Yes, Professor Gouws. And we'll have one more round afterwards, and I've noticed you, and you, and you, and you, and you. 5. That's it. I've noticed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, afterwards you can also talk. Professor Gouws.
Okay, I will be brief, but I want to say that I'm not completely agreeing with Jonathan about the issue of decolonization, because I think that, and I would like the person who made this remark to listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
That the whole issue of race, and Kupana, thank you for raising that issue, has its origins in colonialization, and so we can't say this is not the issue here. The link, I mean, is there. So I think, Kupana, that the challenge is exactly that. If we do not use race, how to start to think about what we do, right? And I think that's the big challenge in how we want to go forward. And it's particularly difficult at this university because of the past and because of us who've been doing the work. And I'm not only talking about myself here. I have colleagues who've done brilliant work on processes of raising and exposing racist and sexist research. Why, in a context that we have been raising these issues for years to a deaf audience, really.
I think everything has been said. Thank you for the comments. I'm just happy to hear the stories.
Right. Now, the 4 persons who are going to speak now, you're literally going to get 45 seconds to make your case. Yeah, go ahead. Mike, please. And then we're working our way down. I didn't see anyone further. 1, 2, and then I saw a hand here. 4. That's it. I'm sorry. There'll be more opportunity. We're over time already. Go ahead, ma'am. 45 seconds.
I would like to know if there have been any discussions around the repercussions of scholars who keep on saying I'm racist and sexist research.
Do you want to? I just didn't get the first part.
I would like to know if there have been any discussions for scholars who are reproducing racist and sexist publications, and if there haven't been any such conversations, I would like for there at the end of this conversation to be a form of a dialogue instigated about this.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Can you go up? That lady there with a blue jersey? Yes, yes. She was actually first. Where's the second mic?
It's Arleta Oudendal. Thank you so much for the opportunity. The point that I would like to make very quickly is the important role that we should not forget about what research can play in transforming practices. In that regard, race is still an important variable to include. And I want to refer there specifically to the studies of cross-cultural test development in industrial psychology. So we do work a lot in psychological assessment. And we have a legal mandate. If we look at what the Employment Equity Act clearly says, is to ensure that all our practices, all instruments we use, we have to demonstrate that it's valid, reliable, and not biased. So we have a professional and an ethical mandate to ensure that we transform our practices through research. And to be able to conduct cross-cultural research, race is an important aspect. So I just want to bring that into from an applied research perspective.
Thank you very much. Mr. Madansela.
Thank you, dear colleague. Just firstly, congratulations to the colleagues for the wonderful presentations, and we would like to thank Professor Boswell and the team for raising this matter, which brought it to the public eye and has given us the opportunity to interrogate this matter. I do think that the problem goes beyond Stellenbosch, though, and one colleague raised it now when she said what happened to the peer reviewers. And as far as I do recall, this paper or the research was done with the involvement of the National
Research Foundation, which brings me to the problem that we have. I think for me the problem we have globally is when in 1948 the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was passed, there wasn't sufficient attention paid to, now that we have new wine, what skins do we need to hold it? And that's why certain forms of oppression continued. In South Africa, we've adopted our beautiful constitution, and 1993 was its earliest version, and then the final version, which is globally acclaimed, was 1996. And that at the core of that constitution is affirming the humanity of everyone. And I think what then that calls us to do is to look at everything with fresh eyes. And in the social justice chair, which I chair and am a member of a team, we say one of the things we need to do is to look at everything through a social justice lens. And that got me into trouble with Black Twitter when I was tagged by Professor Boswell, or somebody tagged me, and then I just responded and said, okay, I can't comment now until I've read this paper, and secondly, I suggest we have an event on campus where the authors of the paper could present, and then we could discuss, examine this matter through a social justice lens, which basically is what has just happened this morning, is this research has been examined through a social justice lens. But unfortunately, many people in this nation had no idea what was I talking about. So they thought I wanted a higher test for this. It's already been tested. It's already been found wrong. Why on earth are you introducing another test? But the test was done. But having said that, I do think that we need to have a conversation, Professor Jonathan, beyond Stellenbosch University, because around research just generally and the hidden biases in research, because it comes from where you come from. And for me, it should transcend race. That's what we say at the social justice chair, is the world is so twisted because we tend to approach justice as just us. When the Afrikaners had a problem with the English, after the Carnegie Foundation came with the white poverty problem, the concern was, how do we solve white Afrikaner poverty? And then in the end, of course, everything else was seen as collateral damage. We have an opportunity now to look at how do we look at justice beyond just us. When something is wrong, we look at it, what are its implications for race? What are its implications for gender? What is the implications for disability, LGBTI, etc.? And when I was making my comments, it was based on the fact that this university, having adopted a restitution statement, is in the process of change. And part of that change has been to create units such as the social justice chair. And for us, we then took that chair
to give ourselves a convening power. And we've been asking everyone who's working on social justice, and we invite you too now, Professor Boswell and others, to come together where we can have groups that are discussing social justice and the economy, social justice and land, social justice and research, etc. And I see this one being the subject of how do we anchor research in social justice. And this is going to talk about the purpose of research, the composition of teams, latent biases among ourselves, and the need to all of us accept that if you live in a society that hierarchizes difference, all of us will come with some biases. Okay. And how do we navigate those? The tools of analysis. But lastly, before just to cut me, is universally one of the problems I see is size of sample. Size of samples. I recently, a very lovely lady came to talk to us at a law school. And one of the things she said was black women, according to research she experienced, she quoted research and said black women don't suffer depression. Yes, and then we asked, what's the size of the sample? When was it done? This was a good person actually trying to say something good. But so it boils down to why was the research done? Where was it done? Is the science big enough to make generalizations? And but also understanding that we all bring our biases, and therefore how do we increase the team? But just lastly, as we respond to people who make mistakes, we have to be careful that we don't force people into the lager, that we assume that people are doing the best they are doing. My preference would have been to give the researchers an opportunity to be the first to speak on this panel. And then we get, why are they saying, what did they do, what they did, what were the assumptions they were making? Because that allows better learning, where you are allowed to express where you are. But just lastly, on looking at things with fresh eyes, I do need to read this and you're going to like it. I'm just talking to people who understand where we come and how it has poisoned our heads. I'm reading from Anna Jansen, Like Family. She says, this is what Mrs. de Klerk said, the late Mrs. de Klerk. Sure. Like most of my school friends, I simply accepted that black girls went barefoot, wore worn-out clothes, and later worked as servants in white homes. I calmly accepted that black women sat on the floor instead of on chairs or benches in white homes, that black people died illiterate, that colored people differed from me. In my environment and in theirs, I thought, as did most of the children in my class, if this was the way she was brought up, if it's the way she has seen the world, how do we engage meaningfully to bring in a new lens of looking at life?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to use my chairperson's prerogative to say that the panelists won't answer. But I'm just going to give an opportunity for the last two persons to make comment. I'm going to appeal to brevity, but who knows?
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Derek Hendricks.
Yeah.
I'm fifth or sixth generation Stellenbosch from the Vlakte. And I want to start off with what Professor Jansen and Advocate Dule has said. The issue is not here about the paper. And I'm not an academic. I'm also a local councillor in the Stellenbosch municipality. It is the institution of this university. Professor, we've known for years that Wilcox was the biggest racist. And most of the presidents and the people that perfected the apartheid were students of his. But it says a lot, as you've said, why didn't the university change the name? Professor Fatah, you started off with to say there is a certain sector within the Senate, the academics is here. What about the other sector? What about the other voices? And I mention this because we've gone through this exercise at this university when it came with the Afrikaans. There was a split, there was court cases, the talks. I even attended a talk at the Paul Roos School. I think it was Advocate Yennis that spoke about that. So there is within Stellenbosch, this university, that different views of how to address this matter. And that speaks about the culture of Stellenbosch. And I've always said, if we can't get things right here in Stellenbosch, where this was known as the cradle of apartheid, if we don't address it here, there's no hope for this country. Because here is the epicenter and all that. On the issue, and I'm glad first time I hear there's the social issue. This university must take responsibility of what they've done. They make excuses for, and what I understand there is now investigation, research for 2 months. How did this happen? And I'm going to tell you something. I am speaking under correction, but I didn't hear any word about an apology like our rector that comes from the Chancellor. Silence. I haven't, and I need to be corrected. There's this issue about land that this Stellenbosch University, I'm not talking about the Vlakte, I'm talking about them dishing out land. They got hundreds of hectares. I've heard by good authority that the university at the back of Kutsenberg on the farms they've got there, they started the evicting process of relocating people that's been staying there for years. While this university was giving land to their academics over the Meelsloot, they were removing the Williams family under the apartheid years from their land because it was now a white area. The point I want to make is we need to get to the heart of the Senate. And I'm going to tell you this. Those, as one of the previous speakers, is the economics. And Professor, you can be so, Jansen, you can be so bold to challenge this, but just remember, the Broederbond that was referred to is the biggest financiers of this institution. And that is going to be the challenge. How this Broederbond, descendants, beneficiaries of this culture that was created here, in the economics, in the land, how are you going to break that down for the benefit, not just of the people of Stellenbosch and of the Western Cape, but of the whole country? And that's going to be the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking that. That lady over there who's going to give us a very short comment, and this one even shorter, and then we'll...
Okay, I'll try to keep it short. My name is Inge Windel. I am a master's student in the Department of Political Science. I have been here for 5 or 6 years. I've been through Feesmas 4, Open Stellenbosch, End Rape Culture, all of these different things, and quite honestly, excuse my language, but it's the same shit. Things do not change. I mean, right now, we must ask ourselves, where are we at Stellenbosch University if we are still producing students who are vehement supporters of Helen Zille and her black privilege tweets? Why are we still treating our staff so shitty? I mean, in my own department, I know of people with so many grievances. So, in the end, I think it's 2 questions that we need to ask ourselves. Firstly, what is the mandate of this institution? Is it run for profit, or is it run to be a public good? And then, what characterizes Stellenbosch University? Is it the people? Because this research, it's not new. And is it the people inside this institution that shapes the research that this institution puts out? Or is this institution some life form on its own, which I think, the walls can't breathe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Agnetha Orense. I'm grappling with the following for the past 25 years in terms of our democracy. We are still reinforcing the narrative of race. Can we not speak about prejudice? Are we not starting the conversation as to what extent are we preparing learners for active citizenship? Because as we are carrying on with the term race, I think that we are just reinforcing it in our conversation beyond Stellenbosch. We are work, we are talking about race, and we are constantly just reinforcing this whole narrative of race. And what I see is that we are also hiding behind that it is okay, racism, discrimination is okay for certain context. I mean, the Caster Semenya is a good example, because we are saying, no, it's okay, the discrimination is okay because it is whatever the context is allowing, justifying it. But I find that we are not having the conversation as to what kind of democratic values would we like to instill in our learners. 25-year-olds are still talking about race. A 5-year-old today can still speak about race. Can we not rather speak about prejudice? Because we talk about other categories of discrimination, but then we still get stuck on race. So I would like to just pose that to this platform, and let us start the conversation as to what are the interventions, how do we change the narrative, and stop talking about race, because just the word race itself, it already just puts, you don't even, whatever you want to say, and you start with race, and then already we're all sitting here and we are categorizing ourselves.
Thank you.
So I would like to just place that to the...
Look, colleagues, I see two hands, but I'm unfortunately over time here. I'm going to ask you to take a quick toilet break or coffee break of about 10 minutes. We know that's going to be 12 minutes, so make it 10 minutes, right? So if you can be back here by 22. The coffee, though, which I'm going to encourage you to grab, is on the upper floor. So please do that, but please be back by 22 so that we can have this next session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panel as well.
klagtes dat my hoek ek kan nie sien die vraag ja, nee, kan so daarom bly ja, die tweede wat dan is dit dan is dit 'n produk ja, op die stadium is ek uit dis wat ek altyd nou bied vir jou ons het begin by recording of
for the, is upturn the right word? Opkomst. For you coming to this session to assist the University of Stellenbosch in navigating our way along a different path of how we imagine ourselves, be ourselves, and conduct research. A fascinating morning session. If I can summarize it very quickly, but not too long, not summarize it, but just take some key points out of it, that race is a myth, racism is not. And the origins and the ascendancy of race coincides with colonial plunder as a justification for colonial plunder, and that it has continued to the present. That kind of plunder is still continuing in various forms and shapes, if you look at the planetary health in which we find ourselves in. So that's, having said that, but what are the new forms of racism? Is inequity the other side of the coin of racism? Racism is about poverty as well. There is a material basis. The impoverishment of colonial people coincided with the invention of these kinds of myths. And how do we address it? Critical studies and in every other form. My question, though, is, does education change behavior? And that kind of education, necessary as it is, and what more do we need to do it? What is a set of ideas that we need to engage with in order to deal with some call it a false consciousness of race and the reality of racism? So that's just introductory remarks, and so that I would wish to have an Islam spoke this morning of what is the new praxis of what we are going to engage in. Somebody mentioned something about human rights and the League of Nations. Jan Smuts was instrumental in developing, in inserting human rights in the League of Nations Charter. And while he was doing that, he offered to the local populations, the Bungas and the Native Representative Council, in his words, a bone to chew at. So what people do and who they imagine themselves and how they operate in different forums is for us something that we need to deal with, and who we identify ourselves with in the sections of the South African population internationally and locally. So it has this material basis. How do we challenge it? How do we dislodge it? But there's some important things that this rupture has caused. And that is, our students ask ourselves, how do we exercise our constitutional right to pursue scientific inquiry? And how do we do that without taking into account all the other issues that we need to deal with, and is academic freedom in our pursuit for academic inquiry as limitless as some, as egregiously said it is? And how do we approach that kind of dilemma that we face around here? So how do we abolish racism, eliminate it, and what are the racialized categories which haunts us like a specter in South Africa, and how do we deal with that in our everyday teaching, learning, and research? How do we get rid of pseudoscience for what it is? And this section is called, what's it called? Research, racism, pseudoscience, and what are the practices for it? Right? If you reinterpret in the basis of what was discussed earlier on. We've got some excellent persons who are well grounded in the activities around Stellenbosch and globally. Gubela is the head of the department, wish is father to the thought. So Gubela is the director of the Center for Rehabilitation Studies at the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, and she has done amazing work in different communities and trying to change Stellenbosch. And one of the things she told me is how she has been walking without limbs. Gubela.
I want to thank everybody who is here today. Prof Chikte had warned us that we must not read we must just talk. But I can warn you, if I start talking and not reading, I will not stop. So it is better that I read than I talk. So I'm coming from a slightly different lens, whereby I am saying that, and I have entitled my talk that University of Stellenbosch has, or opting for a walk without limbs. Stellenbosch University had opted for a walk without limbs. The avoidance of Stellenbosch University to be an African university underpinned by social justice. I am saying, by avoiding to be an African university, Stellenbosch University had opted for a walk without limbs. According to Mamdani, institutions of higher learning in Africa has opted to be European Western outreach programs rather than focusing in developing partnerships with local communities in co-creation of knowledge, as well as the African civilization. In actual fact, they wouldn't create the African civilization. They would actually pull the curtain away from the African civilization. Mamdani further argues that the central question facing higher education in Africa today is what it means to teach in the current historical context, and in particular in the post-colonial African context. What does it mean to teach, for example, humanities and social sciences in locations where the dominant intellectual paradigms are products not of African own experience, but of a particular Western experience, where dominant paradigms theorize a specific Western history and are concerned in large part as how to exonerate the virtues of that history? Mamdani's question is to whether these Enlightenment texts are worth reading and teaching. He further postulates that, yes, they are. The question, or rather concern, is whether such texts are an adequate foundation on which to ground a contemporary African university, which he argues they are not. So which means that if really Stellenbosch University wants to be an African university, it cannot ground itself or root itself in these discussions which are not coming from the African region. Existing universities in South Africa are not as yet African universities, but universities in Africa. Hence, the post-colonial university discourse, in particular, the area of research and ethics, should include the readiness of the university in Africa to go through the process of invention. We always think that we are there, but we really need to invent ourselves, not of recuperation or dolling around, because most of the time when such crises like what we are experiencing now happens, we usually doll around. Fortunate or unfortunate in South Africa and many other African countries, the areas where a majority of African peoples reside were left untouched, or to avoid the term underdeveloped, as painful as it is to face this past, these areas, due to being neglected, have remained being the best areas to draw knowledge from, especially when going through this phase of invention and decolonization, as they are the reservoirs of African knowledges. It is within this thinking that I will encourage Stellenbosch University first to declare itself as an African indigenous university. Can Stellenbosch University do that and declare first itself as an African indigenous university? And secondly, to focus drawing knowledges for its invention. Remember, we said the program is around invention. Focus its invention from African indigenous knowledges. Unfortunately, there had been a general disregard of indigenous knowledge systems amongst academics and scientists. For a long time, the value of primary knowledge was strategically rejected amongst academics, while even those that were aware of the benefits and superiority of indigenous knowledge techniques in certain areas, they remarked that they were afraid to admit an interest on this sphere of knowledge, basing this on fear of being ridiculed by their Western peers. Research and community engagement requires contextualize research processes that are relevant to the challenges of indigenous communities and contribute to their development, using acceptable indigenous research methods and appropriate indigenous theories. Decolonizing an indigenous research, particularly with research done not on indigenous communities. Such research should be responsive to the needs and priorities of indigenous communities. Relevant, emergent, and evolving indigenous decolonizing and anti-colonizing theories suitable to our African context, including Ubuntu, Afrocentrism, research itself as a resistance, research as ceremony and celebration of being Africans, including decolonizing methodologies, amongst others. This is where Stellenbosch University will draw its limbs. For example, indigenous people perceive that broken relationships cause sickness. We must first all agree that the recent research that has emerged from Stellenbosch University did break relationships, and as a result, assisted to bring out the sickness that has been fermenting for years at Stellenbosch University. Indigenous scholars believe that by the time you see outward illness, inward sickness has been fermenting for ages. The question is how Stellenbosch University will take this forward. There might be a need for close examination of organs, such as health and research units, with regard to the lens they use in scrutinizing manuscripts prior to approval. If this lens is a colonized lens that is blinded by the hunger for whiteness, these trusted committees will read certain manuscripts with bias, not being aware that they are continuing to entrap Stellenbosch University in internal sickness of the past and its crumbling empire. Some scholars have argued that the legacy of colonialism should be recognized more clearly within the available literature as a social determinant of health, as well as a factor in bioethical research, and that this legacy in its practical consequence need further and more detailed investigation within contemporary bioethics. Relevant bioethical concerns include providing ethical, defensible approaches to developing initiatives on treating and preventing infectious disease, such as tuberculosis, Ebola, HIV and AIDS, violence, and endemic poverty. And this including implementing and managing international research initiatives such as health systems research. Two main types of research tend to be presented in support of this line of argument. Western intellectual traditions have historically dominated biomedical sciences and related ethics research, which has resulted in neglect of diverse indigenous philosophical traditions and values. Western modes of discourse and values are still imposed on the citizens of the former colonies by means of education, training, clinical practice, funding approaches and sources, and research programs operating in such locations. An important contribution to this debate by Heather Widows is the definition of the concept of moral neocolonialism in terms of the process of converting others to one's own values. Widows argues that what is new about this form of colonialism is that it is covert rather than overt. Instead of directly presenting one's values as superior to those of inferior indigenous values as part of sustained conversion effort, moral neocolonialists present their values as universal and then work to demand recognition of universal values. Those who fail to accept these values as universal or who challenge the universality of the relevant values run a not insignificant risk of censure within the international research community. Another challenging problem is related to the field of ethics, developing a level of awareness in an interdisciplinary field of inquiry, such as bioethics, in which one dialogue with scholars and clinicians trained in a range of other disciplines in sciences, social sciences, and medical humanities, in which what is meant by sufficient epistemic warrant can sometimes be unclear across disciplines. We all had to agree that there is a need to take bioethical neocolonialism seriously, where the African bioethics need to resist bioethical neocolonialism by focusing in addressing the ethical injustice of the past and epistemological ravage of modernity and capitalism. Present discourses of an African ethic or the proper relationships between people always return to the idea that there is a reason to consider the interconnectedness of people as uttered in some communal value or defense of such communal values. These values either speak to common identity of people or express some unavoidable value about how people ought to relate in order to be successful as individuals who promote some common good. This could be the value of socialists who are searching for in their humanistic discourse. This is the value of the modern communitarians are probably searching for as well. I suggest that this is a value that is worth retrieving. That means bringing people into more connectedness and relating to each other. Though we should be careful how we seek to retrieve it and for what use, drawing from the indigenous scholar Tikipeni, who speaks of a backward and a forward movement in creating a postmodern and a post-humanistic era. Tikipeni is suggesting that in the modern times, before you make a decision about anything, you need to go back to the indigenous values first and weigh the new value against the indigenous value. If the indigenous value is more weighty, you need to take the indigenous value forward into the modern era. And for Tikipeni, he sees that a colorful blanket will emerge from this process, whereby you are combining both indigenous knowledge systems as well as modern systems. And he classifies this as a backward and a forward movement. Stellenbosch University, during her invention era as an African university, might require to do this backward and forward movement to link with these indigenous scholars for her way forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Gubela. I think that there is a lot of engagement that we must do afterwards around this. It really challenges, as I grab my notes to introduce the next speaker, it really challenges the notion of a cartel and corporation society where, and a university where it was said earlier on certain courses were said to be not cost effective or they're not profitable. And I think you've brought issues out which I think for me resonates with something like that. The next speaker, I don't have a bio, she didn't give it to me and I made some notes somewhere, is Nadine Bowers-Du Toit. We're going to the Arabic pronunciation of your name. and she's from the Faculty of Theology, and she's also on the Institutional Transformation Committee. And she has done a lot of work in transformation. She directs the Faculty Transformation efforts as well. Nadine? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Usuf. Yes, I will admit my sins, confess my sins for not providing the bio. I've been sick the last few days, but apologies for that. I'm going to stir up another hornet's nest or just go back to some of the conversations we've already had. And I've entitled my short reflection, Anti-Racism versus Non-Racialism, ? A Fork in the Road. So recently in a telephone conversation with a colleague, we reflected on the term non-racial. From a unity movement perspective during the struggle years, this was a rallying call to recognize the human dignity of all. And therefore, it was a call to more especially recognize those who were accorded with little dignity under the apartheid system, namely people of color. Non-racialism, and here I quote Nasimang, who I think is a researcher here at Stellenbosch University, as a state in which the race to which a person purportedly belongs is irrelevant to their social, psychological, and material well-being, is not a state in which races do not exist, nor is it our current reality. Is it an ideal to which we must work? Certainly. It's also enshrined in our Constitution. I want to emphatically state on this point that it is important, therefore, to distinguish between the calls for non-racialism, and we've heard them here this morning in the past, and the kind of colorblind non-racialism or post-race discourse on the rise today, which ignores the way in which people of color have been systemically disadvantaged and discriminated against in order to promote politically correct liberal notions that racism and white privilege no longer exist. So, what is my point with regards to research ethics? In some discussions on campus, and I think here today, the question has arisen whether studies, due to the sensitivity around race-based research, as highlighted by the so-called colored woman study, if it even be called a legitimate study, with race as a variable, should be considered at all, or whether we should simply regard the notion of race due to the sensitivity. This approach, for me, however, smacks of the non-racial or post-race discourse approach. Implicit biases occur even amongst those of us who profess to be impartial, such as judges, and in our case, academics. And while these biases do not necessarily correspond with our professed beliefs and views, they generally favor our own group and often affect our actual behavior. While these researchers would no doubt openly reject the Wilcox Commission findings today, and let me also just agree with Prof Jansen and say, can we please just change the name of that building ASAP? What biases regarding colored women were implicitly held by the researchers that would allow them to think that this kind of research is acceptable and even scientific? These are not a few bad apples. Rather, they are signifiers, and I think we've also covered this somewhat, they are signifiers of a broader systemic issue. I would argue, therefore, that it is not the use of race terminology or race classification that is the issue, but, and I quote, the fact that we still internalize racial practices and values related to classificatory schemes, rather than the issue hinging on the existence and use of racial terminology as a classificatory scheme. Close quote. Doing away with racial terminology and classifications will not do away with racialized ways of thinking. My call is therefore for an anti-racism approach. People have also mentioned this, which acknowledges not only the pain of the past, but also seeks to unmask and engage racist, classist, and patriarchal practices within systems. We must be intersectional. The latter recognize that institutions such as our university have a long history of problematic and racist, race-based research and practice. It also recognizes that we must and can do better. One of the questions many people are asking is, what kind of environment, and we've asked it again, would allow such a study to take place in the first place? I would like to venture that it is an environment which has not paid enough attention to implicit racial bias and what our transformation plan terms qualitative transformation. We have a transformation plan, people. Please study it, use it, implement it. And I quote from the TP, from the transformation plan. Qualitative transformation is defined as those dimensions of transformation that have to do with the presuppositions, prejudices, attitudes, and behaviors and intellectual frameworks that determine institutional processes and practices. These subconscious beliefs and attitudes often advance discrimination in terms of race, socioeconomic standing, age, nationality, and so forth, and form part of the institutional culture. The profound change and renewal of institutional culture is at the heart of qualitative transformation. So we're quite good at quantitative transformation and starting to tick boxes, but we're not quite there yet in terms of qualitative transformation, as many people of color experience daily in this institution. So how will we as a university answer the question posed by the Cape Flats Women's Association, which was, how will Stellenbosch University make sure such a study, read racist, because this is core to their argumentation, never happens again? So I don't have much time. I'm just going to touch on 3 core things probably from my perspective. The first is, of course, broad-scale institutional transformation. The answer is to ensure that attention is paid to qualitative transformation. It demands a recognition that our institutional culture still requires profound change. It's sick. I really appreciated Professor Gubela's analysis. This applies both within the broader university and within research itself, the practices, policies, and the people engaged in research, and not only with regards to research topics. So we shouldn't get fixated on what research topics are in and out. We need to ask deeper questions too. I would like to caution us from witch hunts on study that contain the word race. Our material and social reality sadly remain tied to this construct, and to ignore it is to ignore the way in which poverty, inequality, and power within systems such as universities too are still part of it. Avoiding stigmatizing research topics is one thing. So hear me carefully. But in this endeavor, we need to be anti-racism in our systemic approach. It's not whether we do it, it's how we do it. Secondly, nothing about us without us. In this case study was done by a white woman on people of color, with no apparent woman of color on the research team. Here I would like to state nothing about us without us is relevant, because if one not only recognizes racial bias, but wants to avoid the kind of animals in the zoo scenario that this study so problematically makes central. It has also bothered me over the past few years to see studies relating to social transformation being done exclusively by white people, with no perspective that even studies on whiteness require engagement with people of color in South Africa, as the very nature of whiteness blinds even researchers to certain perspectives. Does this mean that all research teams need to have a person of color or a woman for the sake of political correctness? Well, it's not about political correctness. It's about the awareness that often those who are most tightly bound to the socio-political, patriarchal power structures are blind to the nuances. The same goes for ethics committees. Whether or not this study was approved, as is by the ethics committee, does not ignore the fact that our committees need to be more representative. Lastly, greater respect and accountability towards research subjects and their communities. We need to see our respondents as subjects and not objects of study. This relates back to seeing research respondents as active subjects with agency. The women that sat here have agency. As human beings created with dignity, you can hear I'm a theologian. Many people have asked me, so how is this university going to make restitution to those whose dignity was harmed by the study? I need to point out here that such a study was not only an assault on individuals who took part in the study, and of course the community within which it took part, but also the so-called broader colored community. And here I do not refer to it as a homogenous group. Lavinda Weni recently made a comment on Facebook, and I thought it was profound. She said, research is so personal, it had to do with the study. Research is so personal, it lands on people's bodies, hearts, and minds with a violence that a white supremacist lens would have intended. I also came to understand the effects of the study on some of our staff after the study came to light, and this resulted in deep trauma. This is a question that still needs to be answered, and it is one that should give all researchers who work with human subjects pause, including myself, before embarking on research. A colleague at the Institutional Transformation Committee recently made the point, we should not let a good crisis go to waste. We stand at a fork in the road, and I sincerely hope and trust, I'm committed to it, that this so-called crisis will spur us on to create the kind of transformed university environment that we can all be proud to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Some very important anti-racist activity that we... So some very important anti-racist activity as a suggestion of how we engage in a praxis at Stellenbosch. Our next speaker is Melany Hendricks. She is a psychologist working in the Department of Psychiatry, and she works at Stickland, and for years she's served on the ethics committee at the University of Stellenbosch, and she's going to give a different view on how we should go about how we change ourselves at Stellenbosch. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Prof Chikte. I just want to say, I think everybody should be doing this, not just Stellenbosch University. So I have entitled my talk, Research Ethics, Reflexive Practice, Why Knowing Yourself and Context Matters. Now, I think we've discussed enough about context, so as a psychologist, not psychiatrist, I will focus on why knowing yourself matters. So I would like to start with a quote from Wolfgang Pauli, which my colleague Catherine has kindly forwarded or borrowed to me, or made me aware of. I do not mind if you think slowly, but I do object when you publish more quickly than you think. Thank you, Catherine. So research is a process of knowledge construction deemed to be value-free. It claims to be value-free because data is gathered in an objective manner. Research claims to produce truths about the world and the subjects that inhabit it. These truths shape the world we are living in. South Africa's history is scattered with examples of so-called objective research which were used as a political tool and claim to have proven the inferiority of indigenous and mixed-race populations. Science served the apartheid regime professing to be value-free. Research which professes to be value-free silences people. It is very difficult to argue against facts claimed to have been objectively obtained. One's arguments are often received with shock, need I say, even from our university structures, which just silence and enrage and drive divisions further. Knowledge construction is not as value-free as it claims to be. Researchers do not merely report the facts, they give meaning to them as well. When one gives meaning, or when we interpret, consciously or subconsciously, one's own values are imposed on the data, so that the end result reflects at least some of one's own values, one's assumptions about the world, and about what we deem normal and abnormal. These are often assumptions that we take for granted because they are based on our worldview. As a result, we do not challenge them, and our subjectivity contaminates our so-called objectivity. Yet we seem to struggle to separate our objective data from the interpretations of it, which is anything but objective. Researchers thus have the responsibility to ensure that the interpretations of supposedly objective data is not contaminated by their own prejudices. Objectivity is an ethical responsibility. One way of improving objectivity is through reflexive practice. Reflexive practice is distinguished from reflective practice. Reflective practice is passive, and as one author puts it, it's like looking at a relational mirror, at the relational episode through a mirror. Reflective practice is looking to a past event and evaluating it from the present with the aim of informing future practice. You explore what you observed and the feelings invoked by what you saw, and in some limited way you are able to identify your role and your limits within the scenario reflected upon. Reflective practice permits the challenging of a culture and assumptions about others, also questions how one's behavior marginalizes and silences them. It allows for the inquiry into one's own knowledge. What do I know but do not know that I know? What do I not know but want to know? And also how your actions link with beliefs. Reflections include re-experiencing and re-rendering an event. Reflexivity places you in the picture. You are now a participant in the present so that you are influencing and changing the present. Reflexivity is about noticing patterns in the moment and asking how one's own worldview, values, socialization, ideology, biases, etc. creates the current social reality. Reflexivity aims to find strategies to question our processes, values, and assumptions, and also aims to understand the complexity of our roles in relation to others. Reflexivity allows for the examination of how we are unwittingly involved in creating social and professional structures which go against our own values. In the moment, this skill enables us to prevent instances where we prejudice others. Reflective practice means that questions like what are the mental, emotional, and value structures which allowed me to lose attention and make this mistake, and then also how can I do better next time. Reflexivity allows us not to make the huge error in judgment in the first instance. Reflexivity is an awareness of how our thinking, our underlying epistemologies can cause harm and oppression if they go unexplored and unquestioned. It allows for transformative actions in the moment. For an institution to be transformative, reflexivity is imperative, especially an institution which is steeped in history as a co-creator of knowledge which continues to denigrate and dehumanize. So, how does reflexive practice translate to the research setting? It is about constant awareness and questioning biases, and how we perpetuate it from the moment research is conceptualized. In order to get a richer, reflexive institution, diversity of views is key. This means that research groups within the institution cannot be homogeneous in terms of culture, race, ethnicity, language, gender. This diminishes the richness of the reflexive practice and makes the group unable to avoid blind spots. Diversity is also required in terms of multi-professional expertise. It is an ethical requirement as well as a transformative imperative. When looking at the article which brought us all into this room, it is glaringly obvious that the addition of professionals with the expertise to understand psychometry and its pitfalls would have led to a vastly different outcome. Psychologists use parts of intelligence assessment to draw conclusions about cognitive functioning. The authors of the article use cognitive functioning to draw conclusions about education. Is it such a leap to think that the article speaks to intelligence? In conclusion then, reflexive practice brings us closer to our aim of transformation. Transformation starts in acknowledging our value bias and then being open to have these biases challenged through reflexive conversations within a context of diverse value systems. Due to the legacy of our past, these conversations are going to be painful, but not having them is even more painful, as evidenced by this unfortunate article.
Thank you. Our last panelist, and the panel is they're coming here more to spark debate and dissension and differ from the mainstream. And it's Anita from the Merwe. She is an Emeritus Professor at the University of Stellenbosch in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. She served quite a number of years on the Ethics Committee, and she comes with an international footprint in working in different situations. Thank you, Anita.
Good afternoon, Melany. Assalamu alaikum. Goedemiddag. Just want to see if you're still here. Thank you very much, Professor Chikte. I think what I would like to coin, what I'd like to share with you is about, just to be a little bit controversial, is research integrity the name of the game? And when I read the following that was online by Michelle Thomas, which said, I wish that the color of our skin does not change and affect where we as women are placed in people's minds, but rather that our character and scars will earn the respect and recognition we so clearly deserve. And that made me think, in the light of today, let us briefly reflect on research ethics. Now, any research takes place within a constitutional context. Many of us here, are researchers. But what does the context look like at the moment? I'm quite worried. It's quantity versus quality. Researchers are becoming defensive rather than ethically astute. And we don't even like the research ethics committees to review our stuff. It's just another pain in the neck process. Researchers are forced to do salami slicing, do PhD by publications, just turn out those publications as soon as possible. And that may in some way be responsible for some of the problems that we see today. Because we overgeneralize. We draw conclusions that's not supported by data. We don't have the scientific depth. One of the questions was around the instrument being used, the mocker. Did the scientists really have, was that their background, their understanding, their depth of knowledge? And do we really report everything that we find? Because you know what journals want? They just want significant stuff, different, new, not something that doesn't prove anything. And then we have the pressure of some research organizations and funders like the NIH, who said you must use representations of race and ethnic groups to be funded, especially in the health research. So this is the climate. And if we look at Stellenbosch, research-intensive university, perish or publish kind of thing. And I'm really worried that it perpetuates a mindset that does not carefully and timelessly reflect on who we are and how and what research we do. We all know that research ethics has two key components, justice and integrity. And the expert on justice, who I deeply respect, is here because it's such an inherent part of what we reflect on in research. But for me, if I look at all of that, the essence, the ball we play with, is trust. We do research in an ecosystem of research ethics and practices. And then we have to ask the question, some of them came up this morning, for example, what is really the social value of this research? But very importantly, who is the researcher? What is my lens? What do I bring to the table? How do I see things? Am I able to see clearly? Instrumentation, sampling, participants in terms of whether they participate freely, informed consents, and so forth. But now if we look at this game, you know who we see as the goalkeepers? Research ethics committees. Right? Who of you have served on research ethics committees? Many of us. I'm very happy to see that. Because we as research committees exist of us. And our purpose in life is research integrity. But research ethics committees are not the police force of science. And if I have to be that, I'll resign this afternoon. Because we should rather be the gentle gatekeepers of sound scientific and ethical research to protect participants, the well-being and dignity of participants. And please don't use the word subjects. Research Ethics Committee use socially discursive practice to help accountability of researchers. The other thing, which is for us difficult, and what we have to do, is we follow a very structured and disciplined process, as outlined by numerous guidelines. But I want to refer specifically to the National Department of Health Guidelines of 2015. And interesting, in that whole book, race is only mentioned twice, and in the context of the Constitution. The first one, they say, must be necessary to collect this data. So you have to make a case that it is necessary. And secondly, nobody may be excluded on the basis of race or unfairly targeted. That's the only two references to race in our guidelines that we use. I also want to say that we as reviewers, and I include all of us when we serve in those capacities, can only review what is in front of us, which is presented to us, which we supposedly carefully scrutinize and deliberate on, inclusive of the methodology, the sampling, the informed consent, and the instruments. And we all know the devil is in the detail. Because a title may say X, while what's being published is Y. In the questionnaire, it may say race and tick boxes. How dare we use those tick boxes? And do we give the participant the option to say, I prefer not to answer? Because I think that is very important. Then we look at the CVs of researchers. Can we see enough in there in terms of, we're also trying to keep them short, of what they are really able to do? So the research ethics review process is difficult and complex, and the assumptions we make are, in general, I would think, to the best of the committee's ability. It is also known that the Research Ethics Committee can't really take responsibility for the research process as it plays out after the approval of the protocol, and also not for the publications that come forth out of it. Otherwise, we are encroaching on the freedoms of academic work without interference. But when a research ethics committee becomes retrospectively aware that the protocol versus what was published are two different worlds, then it becomes a research integrity investigation. And that can be either research misconduct, which is usually, the plagiarism and all of that, or secondly, detrimental research conduct. And in my understanding, if I read the article and all the things, this was probably more detrimental research conduct, where there are questionable research practices. So, in the politics of institutional history, Stellenbosch University has been very clearly unpacked this morning in terms of our history. And if we look at the research done and the researcher's attributes, it rightfully became a very polarized event. However, and I concur with previous speakers, is that this polarization is really important in the greater scheme of things. Change must and is taking place. Too slow for most of us, but it has to, in the spirit of those we care for deeply, the science we profess and the ethical conduct we cherish. Let us see and let us decide how to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, for those thoughtful comments. So the whole purpose of this is to reimagine Stellenbosch, to restructure our science, to think and begin to think about how we're going to restructure our science, our research, and our ethics, and the way we do things. It's supposed to spark of debate, and I would like to have more comments from the floor to see how we are going to do it. We've got a little bit of time to get different views. Lynn?
Thank you. Thank you to the panel members for the presentations. I really have a question around the Ethics Committee. I was really enlightened by your presentation. But are there processes in place, and this goes back to my colleague's comment that I don't think was addressed earlier, are there processes in place for researchers who are guilty of misconduct or detrimental research already? And if not, what are the plans for that? I mean, like the gentleman said here earlier, the investigation has been happening for 2 months, but we all know what the researchers are guilty of. What are the repercussions for those researchers?
So that's why we're going to take a sweep of questions. We are going to take a sweep of questions. Victoria? Mark, Shahid, Chanel. And then 1, 2.
We are working, as academics, we are working in universities that are defining themselves these days as research institutions. And the earlier session, we spoke a lot about the need for units that could talk about or preparing our students to be cognizant of social justice issues. We spoke about getting them to reflect and to engage with critical race theory, etc., etc. Call me cynical, but I'm wondering about really whether people will make those mind shifts. I'm more concerned about how do we, given that we are research institutions and where we are centering research, what our responsibilities are towards getting people to shift in their thinking and also to become knowledgeable about the research traditions, because many of us position ourselves as researchers, or within that particular paradigm. We almost, it gives us, when we define ourselves as researchers, in the eye of the public, we become scientists. And in the eye of the public, we then are given license to dress up the findings that this particular article, for example, arrived at as legitimate. And it gives us as researchers the opportunity to distribute and share knowledges that aren't really defined by scientific research that has been conducted and scientific findings that are arrived at. So my question is, what responsibility do we as academics who are supervising students take for educating our students about the research traditions? What responsibilities are we taking when we are supervising our students and proposing studies to make sure that what is being proposed is guided by those principles of fairness and of not doing harm, because those are the principles that should be central to our engagement with human beings, not about whether we are having people signing the consent form, whether we have a consent form and an assent form, and all of these documentation. Because to me, it seems like universities are engaging with the technicist part of it, and not really with the humane part of it, the ethical part of it, which is about not doing harm when we are doing our research. So my question is, what do we do when we put in place to educate people and to train people before we send them out? Because these are, at the end of the day, our students. So we as academics should take some responsibility for that.
Thank you. Shahid and then Mark.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that we need to go a bit deeper than just looking at detrimental research conduct, because that is, I think we are arguing it's systemic. It's about class violence, and really the question of what is the role of the university. Surely it is about advancing social justice as a theme. And really what we should be talking about is adopting anti-racism as a principle, as one of the, not just hidden away in a drawer, as a principle that cuts across all the structures, and adopting the recognition and acknowledgement of that we are an African university. And by the way, being a mathematician, the very DNA latest developments in terms of, fully categorizing that there is really no such thing as a race. That theory and the knowledge was developed from sonar geometry, which is indigenous to Africa, from Mozambique across to Angola, without which they would not have been able to make the advances. So these things are ignored. So I want to come to first, to the next point. Two more points is to acknowledge and salute the role of Fees Must Fall, to acknowledge the role of SAISA, the Psychology Society of South Africa, and the Psychology Department here at University of Stellenbosch, who didn't sit on the fence. They actively called for the retraction of the article, which is kind of different from what the top structures did. So in terms of the way forward, and I'll conclude now, is that it's not enough to talk about one module of, critical, class theory and things like that. It's not good enough. There needs to be a recurriculation of the entire syllabus. There needs to be trying to get to the way forward, there needs to be the question of the social justice chair taking up, looking at partners to write a people's history that would be going from from schools up to university level. There needs to be I'm just coming to the and I'll finish the heart sore stories that we heard from the representative of actually of 100 workers who were outsourced here at Stellenbosch University, that as a proposal when we go forward, we're looking at a mediation process between the university and themselves. There needs to be looking at the question of the Fees Must Fall students, those who are expelled and those who are interdicted. If we are looking at a restorative justice process, we're not looking at victimizing these researchers, but in the same breath we are saying that we need to be even-handed, that those students need to be brought back and reinstated, the interdicts dropped. And last of all, there needs to be looking at the I just lost my train of thought. There needs to be an immediate moratorium on if those farm workers that are part of the university property, if they are facing eviction, we're asking there be an immediate moratorium on those evictions. So those are concrete, practical things that we could use as part of a total restructuring of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Said. Chanel, and then Mark, and then the gentleman. You next. Okay, do you want Chanel to hang on?
No problem.
Do you want to carry on?
I must carry on.
Yes, yes.
Start first.
Excuse me?
Sorry. I just have a question. One realizes that they've been taught in a wrong way, particularly after having gone to a boys' school. 2 or 3 years after leaving school, you realize that some things are just not right. So if we accept, if we accept that these authors are guilty, I don't know what they're guilty of, then how do we then treat them? Because they're guilty of something, if you're going to accept that they're guilty. How do we treat them in such a way as that not to kill the spirit, so to say? So if I accept that I went to a boys' school and I was socialized in a particular way that was messed up, if we now turn it around and say, okay, the authors are guilty of whatever it is, I don't know, racism, whatever it is that they're guilty of, how do we then deal with them in such a way as not to go around in circles?
So I just want to quickly respond to the last one. There is an investigation underway, and can I appeal that we exercise a little bit of patience with that, let the process be complete, because we don't want to heap on them additional issues on the entire system, which may predetermine what the investigation is all about. I mean, we've got our own views around it and issues around that. So I'm going to take that question, put it on hold a little bit, if you don't mind. How do we deal with those who have been involved in the research? I want to take 4, and I'm going to give Chanel a quick chance, and then I'm going to take a next week, 1, 2. I'm just going to take
sorry, sir.
to answer.
It was not particularly aimed at the authors. It's a broad question.
Okay.
We need to rehabilitate something. How do we deal with it? In other words, how do we deal with toxic material in a way that it does not harm ourselves?
Okay, good. Then can I just get Chanel, and then we'll take give a response to them.
I think the gentleman was before
Mark,
me.
do you want to raise it? They're giving you
I
preference?
can wait for the next round.
Okay, you'll wait for the next round. Mark?
Okay, thanks. So, firstly, I've really learned a lot from being here, and thank you. And I wanted to clarify the issue about defining race in some of the US studies, especially the NIH, just to clarify what it is. And their funding mechanism for the way funds get released is if what are in the US are called underserved minorities. And they are people who are called Hispanic or Polynesian and US black. And the reason for that is that they have been underrepresented in the research in the US that the funders consider, probably correctly, that they should be more represented because the studies are designed to help and to make advances. So if we have US funding, we have to complete those tables, which we really dislike, and have not really been able to get any debate or change at all. And we usually use the classification of other, and some people really, in our groups, really dislike this as well. So it's a clarification to explain why they do what they do and the motivation, which much of which is to me is good. And then I have a sort of a minor question, and that deals with genetic polymorphism. So it's small changes in genetics that influence how you metabolize various drugs. So either they don't work because you've got this mutation, or you don't break down the medicine, so you have very high levels and toxicity, and sometimes the frequencies are related to where the study is conducted, and there could be maybe an ethnicity connection over here. And just to mention this and to maybe ask how one should approach this, then my last point is that many of our studies are not only intensively monitored by external monitors, and this is for the mechanics of the studies that we do. Are we doing things correctly that will give true results for various biomedical and medication type of researchers, or strategy, use this medicine or that medicine or this combination, and then the outcomes have to be true to what either we or the investigators have decided. And so we get monitored and we get audited, and the monitors get monitored as well and audited. So there's a lot of auditing and monitoring that goes on. And one wonders about the non-monitored and non-audited research that happens at a place like Stellenbosch University, and ask the question, once you have ethics approval and you do your study, what next? Is there any way to engage with what's going on? And of course it could take a lot of infrastructure and resources to do this, but it's something to think about. One mechanism which I think could work very well is called research in progress, where you on a regular basis give feedback about what you're doing, and there are some external people who can look at what you are saying and how you're doing things, and maybe give insights and advice along the way. And that would have prevented this publication probably from reaching the public domain.
Thank you. So there's been some comments and some questions, and I don't know who wants to address those issues. The first one, and anybody from the audience is also welcome to comment on the questions raised.
I would like to just briefly talk about the processes in place, as Professor Chikte mentioned, in terms of the specific case, that there is an investigation currently going on. But the Stellenbosch University has very specific policies and processes in terms of research conduct and then research misconduct. And so if I can summarize it just quickly, Nicola must help me, that if, for example, we become aware, then the research, we become the complainant, and we can actually submit that to the Research Integrity Office, which Stellenbosch University have. They look at the complaint, they look at the circumstances, and they may decide to appoint a formal, what we call a FIC, FIC, a formal investigative committee that usually consists of ethicists as well as science, who will do a very formal investigation and may then advise to the Vice-Rector Research in terms of sanctions. And the sanctions can be quite broad. I don't want to go into the detail of that, but of course one of the sanctions already is the retraction of the article, which is very detrimental to the journal as well as to the researcher. But there may be other actions that will be agreed upon, which can be quite serious, quite in terms of your career.
So I want to comment on the question about whether supervisors need to be involved in training of students in terms of the research tradition and methodology. I think the question is yes, and I think one can say with some certainty that most supervisors do that, but that is not the problem. The problem here is that people don't have a lack of insight into the harms that they cause. So they don't say, well, look out, there might be a value bias or there's a particular kind of bias, because they don't know they have. And I think that is the issue. So then getting to the question of whether somebody can be guilty or not, they wouldn't think they are guilty. So if you're now going to say that they are guilty, you're going to cause a lot of division and more resentment, and that's going to cause a whole lot of difficulty for the transformation agenda. So I think what really needs to happen is that we must make sure that there are enough people around the table to talk about these things, to teach people about other people, and to make people understand other people. Because I'm hoping, let me just put it out there, I was a very angry black woman when I read this, and angrier when I saw the university's first response. But I don't think that's useful in this discussion. In this discussion, we need to be able to look at people and understand their limitation, and I think bring ourselves so that they can learn from us and become aware of that particular limitation.
So you want to say?
Yeah, just broadly, I think in relation to what Melany was just saying, and the recommendation was made about we need to recurriculate. That is already ongoing. But one of the issues, so with regards to teaching and learning, recurriculation is happening in certain faculties, but colleagues themselves need to be recurriculated. Okay? Decolonized, understanding implicit bias, having these difficult conversations, and therefore, of course, we agree. We have to have an anti-racist approach. We have to unmask also in conversation, often traumatizing conversations that make us angry, but that needs to happen first. So recurriculation can happen. We can have wonderful conversations here, but if we don't address implicit bias, if we don't address microaggressions, etc., and unmask racism for what it is, we are agreeing, then that will all be in vain.
Yes. I just want to come from the angle that maybe already basing this at lecturers level and researchers level or supervisors levels is already too late. My sense is that it's actually about the organization itself. It just needs an internal investigation. And what do I mean by this? An organization, to know that it's actually a viable organization, it needs to really look after its mission, its vision, and its attitude. The mission and the vision is not bigger than the attitude. The attitude is actually very important because it is the silent thing that permits around the institution, as well as that influence the ideas within the institution. By the time you go to researchers and lecturers and many people, already ideas have set in a specific direction. So the university does need to re-examine itself with regard to what is its mission, what is its vision, and what is its attitude. Then it will know that if I am an academic staff of Stellenbosch University, a certain type of thinking can't even enter my mind. Because, for example, I know what I'm talking about because I actually come from disability studies. Because within my unit, we espouse and support persons with disabilities. Our language is that is actually supportive of persons with disabilities. And it has ingrained in us the manner we actually express ourselves around disability issues. So even around this issue of how to Stellenbosch University develop a conscious, it really needs Stellenbosch University to go back to the drawing boards in terms of its mission, its vision, and its attitude. Maybe I should just stop right there because I do need
do me a favor. Okay, so we're going to take the next round, right? It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? That's at the back. Okay, and then we're going to take, can we take 4 at a time? Is that okay? No? Last 4? No, you said 10 past. Okay, last 4. Okay. If you make it quicker, we can take another round of 4.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you mind just saying who you are?
Hi, my name is Nasreen Peer, and I'm actually a very new staff member at Stellenbosch University. This has been really insightful, and I've loved hearing from the panelists and from the audience. One thing I think is missing. We've been speaking a lot about moving forward, going forward, the correct methods, the correct language. Do we focus on research? What do we focus on? But it almost feels like we're trying to slap a Band-Aid on a festering wound. We're not addressing why we feel angry about such incidents or where it comes from. And when we do try to address it or speak about it, it's either put aside because anger is seen as destructive. But why is it that I, who didn't really grow up during apartheid, I was born 3 years before it ended, why do I still feel angry in ways that I can't explain when incidents like this happen? Why do I feel sad when, racial incidents happen or don't even really happen, but are subtly there, and I can't explain those either. And I think until we actually start to give people a space to talk about that and to work through, why we feel that trauma, why we feel those feelings in a constructive way, not in a destructive, angry way, then we can't actually talk about moving forward. And I think it ties into Prof Mji's idea of moving both forward and backward as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so just touching on the whole notion of the African Indigenous University, I think as a way forward it calls for a very needed process called Lalela. And Lalela is a very deepened listening process, right? It also calls for an integrity-filled commitment to attain Goda, which is Kukuguvap. For those who do not know, it means complete freedom, right? So also on that note of embedding our knowledge systems within Afrocentrism as well as decolonization, we need to also be very critical when doing this. So for example, questions like, what is the history of the pre-colonial? Who is the pre-colonial, right? So we need to be very critical about this of who are we, and the who are we is not who are we within the present, it is of those who went before us, those who are with us here, who we are, and those to come, right? That is the who are we. And we need to understand that it goes beyond this Eurocentric knowledge around this dysfunctional colonial norms of capitalism that extends in itself to racism, classism, sexism. I can go on with all the isms if you want me to, but I think we don't have time for that. So we need to understand how that basically seeks to define who we are and how it impacts our livelihoods, right? So another concrete way forward would be, given the fact that I come from UCT and I come from the fullest generation, we've made a lot of demands coming from Rhodes. Way before Rhodes Must Fall, there were protest actions at universities. 4 fees must end. It's not a new phenomenon. It's been there, right? UCT, for example, is built on ancestral grounds, right? So I kept on having this back and forth question of what is decolonization, and we need to have this conversation as well. So go back to those demands of the fullest, of those who are wanting outsourcing to end. So look at your working class, the unemployment. Don't exclude your surrounding communities because they are needed to be here as well when moving forward, right? So we need to also understand what Frans Fanon also spoke about the whole replication of coloniality, right? Let us not replicate this coloniality when moving forward. So, thank you.
I will be...
Quicker, shorter, so we can get more in that way.
Yeah, so I got to be a victim of the shorter and quicker. So in this context, mine is not to try and repeat what everyone has said, because this is a space of thinkers. So everyone is something fundamentally very important and unique to be added in the space. But mine is that of a very practical way of moving forward without romanticizing the internalized pain of the marginalized in our societies. So I'm Letty Wembata, and I come from the Department of Geography, where I'm a junior lecturer, and I was a student in this university in 2013, and I just completed my master's in urban regional planning. So mine is that of a deconstruction of a racial norm. I was in the SRC twice in a row. During FISMA's fall, I was there, and last year I just resigned. When I proposed to the university, when we had a blackface incident, that was 2014, I proposed that first years, when they come to this university, must start having a deconstruction of a racial norm class, and it must be compulsory. And I had a conversation with professors from the Department of Sociology, and they agreed to partner. Amanda Hoff is here. They agreed to partner with us to just psychologically unpack this anger that implicitly and subconsciously manifests itself even in ways we scientifically think about who we are as a society in South Africa. So we have to make this thing geographically, socio-economically, and psychologically relevant that will address the things that our Prof suggested, that the systematic and the structural nature of poverty of the mind, race as a social construct, and what are the genetical connections to what we understand as of who we are. And obviously character and my values don't necessarily mean anything when I enter the space. The first thing you see a black young woman with dreadlocks, and you've got your confirmation bias. All I have to do is just for me to talk so that you can say, yeah, you had that, I was right. So we have to start being psychological, and it's going to be a painful process, but it's very liberating because you start seeing people for who they are than what they look like. It's what you as South Africans in this room have to allow yourselves to go through. You have to go through that process of understanding who you are regardless of how you look like. I was short.
Thank you. So we've got 2 more minutes.
Yes.
Who didn't have a chance to speak yet? Thank you at the back. And you've got 2 minutes, right? Quickly, okay?
I just haven't had it. I just feel that we're also being too polite here. That the institution itself, there's a strange culture of, it's a sort of a subservience or a paying obeisance. I mean, so the Rector's management team were here for a very short time, and we're so grateful. We're extremely grateful they were here. No, we are not grateful. I feel very, very strongly that until we managed to get that senior Rector's management team to listen, I mean, the deep kind of listening, I'm sure. But we're preaching away to
a case against intellectual serfdom?
Just want to speak to the idea of prevention of publication. Are we really wanting to prevent a particular publication, or do we want to change the ideology in the first instance? And so therefore my proposal is Stellenbosch University is embedded in historical injustice. When we say we are research intensive as our vision states, what we are doing intensively should reflect justice. So research as justice, or justice through research calls for restitution. And I think that's the big issue. According to Charlene Swartz, if we are really, as an institution, wanting to make restitution, we then need to firstly recognize and give back space or ownership. And that is also space and ownership in terms of the academy. So yes, decolonization, but also what we've spoken about earlier in terms of racism as a myth. It needs to be taught as knowledge that is true and correct, because most of our student cohort are still in between where that is true and correct. And I think subsequent to teaching that or making room for that more often, we'll have a new breed of thinkers, not only as intellectuals or as scholars, but also as researchers. And in that way, I think we'll go a long way in the future to rectify some of our social ills at Stellenbosch University.
Thank you. We're in injury time.
My name is Jessica Roussel. I'm at the Africa Open Institute. I have a very practical comment that builds on 2 of the professors' comments, so as well as yours, that we need to really push harder for the leadership to do something. So one, what you said, let's make an opportunity out of this crisis. Let's not waste it. Let's be bold. Let's think about what Robert Smith has just done, helping students in the US by donating $40 million to Morehouse, right? So what would bold be? We've spoken about the Ethics Review Committee. someone on the panel said that this is actually a regulatory body throughout universities to actually enforce justice. My research in the health sciences has shown that that really is not the case. Ethics committees are not there to uphold justice. What I argue is that they're not even there to ensure the social benefit of research. Now, something bold that the university could do, especially given what's happened in this particular article, would actually make sure that ethics committees do ensure social benefit, right? They would be able to do this first by looking at the constraints that current ethics committees have, right? What the constraints that they put on research to allow for social benefit. And one thing that's really important to recognize when we're considering the role, whether it be policing, whether it be guiding, whether it be ensuring the ethics of research, is that most of the alternative models that universities have taken up have actually been designed by indigenous people, by African people, right? Why? Because they are, unfortunately, the subjects of research and have had to reject these ethical models. It's also really important when we're considering evaluating the ethical bodies that we recognize that these are Eurocentric bureaucratic regulations. If we want to take the sisters' charge seriously about making universities in Africa African, then we really need to think about these Eurocentric regulations that guide our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. While Islam is walking, Eileen, 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds only. I just wanted to make the point that I'm a scientist. I've learned a huge amount today. It's been an absolute pleasure listening to the opinions of the panel, the previous panel, and all the comments. I think in general it's quite true, scientists don't regard the humanities enough. We don't learn enough about how we should be behaving. But I just want to put in a tiny little plug for the scientific side, which we regard as the facts, and I know that can be argued. But I do genetics, and there's an entire field called population genetics, which is the genetic side of anthropology in a way. And it tells you about human movements, etc. And it is real. And I think everyone in a medical school also knows that depending on the group that people come from, it does affect their various susceptibilities to sometimes infectious disease, sometimes things like high blood pressure, osteoporosis, sickle cell anemia is a classic. And so we can't, as someone said, throw the baby out because it is real. It's just how we deal with it. We need to be really sensitive and not destructive in any way, but constructive.
Thank you. Genetics is not a race in that whole process. Okay, so can I just ask you to a small round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. I beg your indulgence for another 5 minutes only. What we are doing is that we have taken very copious notes, and we've left ourselves with a very onerous task of trying to distill the notes and to present it to the various spaces that we are represented in on this campus. So a couple of points just by way of restating what we've heard the approach would be, and then to ask you for some comment on that, and then we'll leave it at that. I think the key issue is that a university is an extremely complex set of, environment with a number of complex spaces in them, and they operate on different dynamics and different speed across the university, across the system. Secondly, they consist of a number of people who come from or are positioned via their epistemological orientations and their scientific orientations in different kinds of ways. We've got to shake up the system in its complexity, but we've got to radically shake up the system. I say that because we've just come through what us members in council call sort of a bullet point framed vision building process that will take us to 2040. We've just come through it. The university is rolling out the promotional brochures for it. So we have to make sure that the warrant for challenging that vision building process is accurately framed so that we can move the university forward with respect to that. I want to suggest, firstly, that we have to maintain the scholarly task as the task at the very center of this particular process, so that we're able to reorientate what a university should be and what in which should be serving, and how it should be favoring that scholarly process across the university. That's the first thing. Secondly, I think that we should engage in a set of educational processes across the university that will involve every single academic, every single worker, every single student. We've got to work out the modalities for that. At our current university, we have calls every single week for come to research training on ethics, come to research training on how to design a proposal, come to research training on how to analyze the data. So these things are there. But if it's framed and infused by the kind of substantive logic that it's emerged here today, I can foresee a situation in which we roll out a set of courses that we can make available to our staff all across. Everyone. No one is left untouched by this kind of broad educational and deep educational process. The third point that I want to make is that I really do think we need an institutional mechanism that joins up and brings together all the conversations that's happening. Currently, the key weakness, and I serve on 5 or 6 different institutional transformational committees, including Senate and Council. Currently, there are many bits and pieces happening, and they're running in self-contradictory directions sometimes. What we have to find is a mechanism that holds all of these things together and call in the energies that's operating on campus in a very directed kind of a way. This will require reorientated executive functioning, reorientations in the way faculties function, and so on and so forth. I don't know if it's a unit, I don't know if it's a center, I don't know if it requires 20 million a year to do it on the basis, under the rector, for example. It is because the issue that I fear most, and my 10 years of being a Stellenbosch experience as being, is that if you do not strategically think about how to land this conversation in the various spaces that are obtained in the university, you will just run against 110 brick walls and you will be going nowhere fast. That is the de facto reality of talking without strategically understanding how these things have to work in the university. And that is the key issue. So, and then the most important issue is the issue framed by one of the panelists. And that is that there is a fundamental reorientational conversation that has to go deep in the structural and institutional culture of the university. Right? We've got to really lift that up for itself. But there's a starting point for that. That is our program committees, our ethics research committees, all the various committee structures. All the various committee structures have to be aligned. But often the question is that there's a bifurcation between the transformation structures that are populated by maybe a somewhat radical orientation, and the committees that really matter really are not. And we've got to get the committees representative of those orientations. The problem is we are, let me call it by a genetic framing, we are not demographically representative enough at the levels of the university to populate all the committees in the university. That is why I serve on 7 committees. Now, when I get to the 7th committee in the semester, I'm brain dead, as I'm currently am. So we need, and then the obvious thing is that we have to build solidarity across the university. We have to build solidarity. I'm in the Faculty of Education. I have to build solidarity with the Faculty of Medicine, which is in Tygerberg. That is why I am so close to Comrade Professor Chikte. And so those are, and then of course, last point, is that there is an outward restorative justice orientation that we have to stay in the front and confront as a university. We have caused harm over our 100-year existence. We have to acknowledge that, and we have to repay the harm that we have caused in the way that we're able to move this institution forward. Those are the 4 or 5. And of course, the other thing is recurriculating, right? Let me just give you an anecdote about recurriculating. So some of us have raised issues of decoloniality and so on in endless council meetings. It's never been raised once in Senate. Right, there's your problem. Right? Some of us have been doing theoretical work on it. And the problem is that if we do not engage the leadership and the various people who are in charge of this, so we've got to engage everyone in very robust ways. So those are the 4 or 5 points. I open it to you for comment and augmentation, contradiction, and so on. We listen to you, and we will try to frame it and take it forward. Thank you. Yes, you.
Statistics and the way they applied this methodology was egregiously bad. Right. So I think that there needs to be better statistical training for social scientists on how to use stats ethically and effectively. And so for me, this is how one needs to engage people who maintain the fiction of universal quality. I think that there's excellent quality in this university, but there are also pockets of really bad social science. Right. So it's a core business issue.
Okay. No, so that point is exceptionally important. It leads to my bigger category, which is how do you generalize rigorous social science in and across the entire university? What are the mechanisms to do that with? Right? So that is how I frame and understand your particular point. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that I think you're just broadly stating it's not only outward but also inward restorative justice. You know, it's not about only outside, you know. So I think I'm not going to go and list the various points. I think that assume that those will be captured. Otherwise, I can list it again. But I think that those, you know, the issue of the women and the farm and the fees must fall and so on. Right. Yeah. So then the last point is that I think that what is missing there is the often when students come here, it's already too late. So we're talking about support for a people's history. You know, so in other words, from a recurriculation, actually in the broader society, we can spearhead that.
Indeed. Thank you very much. And thank you for that inward institutional process. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try my best to keep it short. So don't disconnect your tertiary education from the secondary and primary. Right? Because how your community schools also go about the history within the books, it says a lot to how people are conditioned, right? So the household, the community, this institution should not be separated, if I could say it in that way. And I'm sure you'll come forward with educational outward restorative justice, as well as land, as well as venues that exclude, the names of the venues excludes the bodies of those who are descendants, right?
Indeed. So I sat on the Visual Redress and Transformation Committee, and it took us about a year to change the name of this university. The number of processes that we had to engage in, from provincial to national to arts and science to change it, but that's the process. We've got to find a faster track through that process, and there's lots of contestation. One or two more, and then we'll call it a day. Yes.
My name is Rhoda Malgas. I'm in Conservation Ecology and Entomology in Agri-Sciences. I think my plea is just don't have the natural sciences fall off the bandwagon. I think as with decolonization of the curriculum, it will probably be argued that in the natural sciences, we don't deal with people so much. So, you know, molecule is a molecule, is an irrigation system, is an irrigation system, whatever. But in more and more, as transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and research takes place and is lauded by the publishers, it is going to become incumbent upon us trained in the natural sciences to educate ourselves and become better versed in the social science methodologies so that we can avoid the bad science, but also in the ethics. And so in our faculty and department, we have an ethics committee, but I think we're very few in the faculty. And it, for me, raises questions about the capacity that we have as natural science trained people who, unless we've either grown up in or somehow assimilated this kind of information, we are not trained in the ethics of the sciences unless we had, in my case at UCT, a philosophy of science course.
Right, indeed.
And so on. So I just want to say, don't let the natural sciences fall off the bandwagon.
Yes.
Thanks.
I mean, we have to think very strategically and carefully about how we take the similar sets of debates into the various faculties with different dynamics in them. Thank you. Maybe I'll take one last comment. No, if not. Oh, yes, you have the last comment.
Anger just shows you that there is sometimes I think amiss. It is how we, it is what we do with it that needs to be addressed.
That is, I mean, an exceptionally generative way of ending this. So we're not going to ask people to be less angry, but we're going to ask people to kind of map the anger onto something more productive that can shift the system, and that's the process. So this was just a fabulous occasion, and I want to thank everyone for this process. Thank you.